never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Heavy rain slamming parts of South Florida is being called a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood emergency in and around Fort Lauderdale Wednesday. The weather also prompted the closure of Fort Lauderdale-Hollywood International Airport due to ongoing flooding. Drenching rains across much of California certainly meant for some relief from drought for most residents. But now CAL FIRE officials are worried about the added vegetation the deluge will bring and how it could mean more wildfires, especially in certain grassland areas. Isaac Sanchez is with CAL FIRE.
Take those steps to prepare your properties now, because later in the year it may be too late.
He says annual grasses that will continue to thrive through spring are especially concerning. The U.S. is demanding the release of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, turning the case now over to the administration's special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, Roger Carstens.
It now obligates us by law to pursue his release.
He said there are reports Gershkovich is in good health, but U.S. officials want to meet with him. Meanwhile, he says U.S. officials are still working to free Paul Whelan from Russian custody. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the Labor Department showed inflation dropped in both gasoline and grocery prices. Consumer prices, meanwhile, increased 5% from a year ago. It's the smallest annual gain since May of 2021. Wall Street closing with stocks lower on the news. At the closing bell, the Dow lost 38 points. President Biden is visiting Northern Ireland and Ireland for the first time since becoming president. He says the trip to the region's like coming home.
Every time I've come, the welcome, the people on the streets, they're just so gracious to us.
Before leaving the U.S., the president said his main objective for the visit to Ireland and Northern Ireland was keeping the peace. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The victims of this week's deadly bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are being remembered. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear was among the speakers at Wednesday's community-wide prayer vigil as he encouraged the hundreds of attendees to embrace love.
What we need right now, in one word, is love. In a world where we hear a lot of arguments, a lot of anger, where people try to appeal to hatred and division. How about just love?
Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg also spoke, emphasizing the need to acknowledge the victims and the people mourning each of them. 6 people, including the gunman, were killed at Old National Bank on Monday. A bipartisan group of U.S. senators and a country music artist showing their support for Ukraine amid its ongoing war with Russia. Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Mark Kelly of Arizona, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and musician Brad Paisley met with Ukrainian President Zelensky and his cabinet in Kyiv. Manchin, in a statement, said the delegation discussed military readiness, foreign assistance accountability, and rebuilding Ukraine. Meanwhile, Paisley, who is from West Virginia, gave a performance during the visit. And Elon Musk says Twitter is roughly breaking even since he acquired it in October. The CEO told BBC he sometimes sleeps in the office and that the workload and stress levels have been high. He called it quite a roller coaster. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
How would you looky there? Look at the time. We crossed up the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so here comes a Thursday. I'll take it. All right, what do we see? 13th day of April. Missed it by one day. Could have been Friday the 13th. No. So welcome in, welcome aboard. Got a big show coming your way tonight. 5 full hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. How's your week going? That's good. Yeah, so lots to cover. Wow. Yeah, what a day in southern Florida. Yeah, the rains have pretty much ended. But earlier in the day, we had a cluster of intense showers and thunderstorms that just kind of set up over southeast Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, to Hollywood, Florida, down toward Miami, that just kind of set up and parked. And for hours, dropping torrential rains. Can you imagine rainfall numbers in the 15 to 20 inch numbers in 48 hours time? That's what they saw. The very rare, what they call a flash flood emergency. People stranded all over the place. I mean, highway overpasses. You'd have to see it to believe it. It looks like actually literal waterfalls coming down over parts of the highways. So pretty crazy there. Again, the good news tonight is the rains have ended for this point in time. But yeah, we've got a stormy period for the southeast that started here on Wednesday, starting with the flash flood emergency in the Fort Lauderdale area. National Weather Service issuing that, again, very rare flash flood emergency through the late evening hours, as well as areas near Hollywood and Dania Beach. Earlier in the day, we had a flash flood emergency in place throughout Broward County, but numerous vehicles submerged in water near the airport. A local fire station was actually forced to evacuate as over a foot of water poured into the station there. Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue stated Wednesday evening, due to the severe flooding in multiple areas of the city, residents are being asked to stay off the roads, stay home unless absolutely necessary. Flooding on I-95 was evident early in the afternoon. But in a 48-hour period, here's some of the numbers. Fort Lauderdale, 17.63 inches of rainfall. The nearby Dania Beach, over 19 inches of rain. Other locations such as Hollywood, Plantation, and South Miami picked up at least 9 inches of rain. About 3 o'clock Eastern this past afternoon actually had a tornado warning that was in effect for areas north of Miami. Pembroke Pines was in the mix. Radar indicated a tornado moving northwest in the area. A second tornado warning was issued shortly after for Hollywood, Florida. All this flooding as rain, thunderstorms, winds continue to gather over the northern and eastern Gulf of Mexico. This was kind of the outer, if it were a tropical system, this would have been something like the outer bands or feeders coming in from east to west over southeastern Florida. The disturbance, which late last week and even as late as Sunday night into Monday morning, forecasters were alluding to this could become an April, very rare, tropical storm. Turns out it's not going to reach that threshold, but nonetheless, you can see the well-defined torrential rains on the north side of the circulation, which tonight is bringing heavy rains to the western Florida panhandle and southernmost reaches of Mississippi. Some of these heavier rains are going to be pushing over from east to west into the New Orleans area. And this is going to continue over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, we've been talking throughout the week about the warming temperatures, how you liken these, late spring, early summer-like temperatures. I'm looking at, what do we got, 60 degrees with clear skies outside the secret bunker tonight. Yeah, we're not going to drop any lower than probably middle 50s. But as the warm air continues to gradually make its way to the east Thursday and Friday, get ready for some widespread highs, 70s and 80s. I mean, temperatures are going to be a good 25 degrees above the norm for this time of year. Since temperatures are projected to reach the upper 80s in some of the big cities with the combination of dry air, a light breeze, and the heat island effect, where the buildings and all the asphalt absorbs the sun's rays, it may actually see some temperatures approaching 90 degrees. Some of the cities that may flirt with that 90 mark, including Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Richmond, Virginia. The record high of 82 from back in 1941 at Bradley International Airport in Connecticut will be shattered with a high near 90 in store for your Friday. Afternoon highs both today and Friday will climb into at least the mid-80s in Philadelphia as well as New York City, where the temperature already hit the 84-degree mark in Central Park this past day. That was the warmest day in the Big Apple since last fall, September of last year, when the mercury hit 85 degrees. Temperatures are even going to peak around 80 degrees in the Boston area for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll give you more on, this strengthening storm over the northern Gulf of Mexico. It will not reach that tropical storm threshold, where you have to have the winds 35 miles per hour, up 35 to 73. I think that's the numbers, right in that range. So you're not going to deal with those kind of winds, but you're still going to deal with tropical storm-like rainfall. Heavy rain, some gusty winds, and even some severe thunderstorms are going to be impacting the southeastern states through the end of the week. Like I said, we'll break that down for you more as we progress on into a Thursday morning. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box here. Good morning, he says. Hope everybody has a great day. Weather's beautiful this morning here in Philly. Meanwhile, we head out west from the East Coast to southern Montana as Debbie gives us an update. They're talking some snow there, up to 8 inches expected in the valleys, maybe up to 2 feet of snow over the passes and the higher elevations. So that's not optimal trucking weather, if you know what I mean. So plan accordingly. Check your weather updates there if you're going to be rolling through that portion of the country. Shorty is Orlando bound, round number 2, I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida line with 67 degrees at this hour. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners driving in the moonlight at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. We're rather warm, 55 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. There's Chris. Good morning, Steve. Headed to PCB for some therapy. And I'm going to do some 12-ounce arm curls. I'm assuming that won't be Bud Light. What do you say there? Captain Ron in the house, 71 degrees, rolling through the Ocala, Florida area tonight. The AC feels good, as usual. Yeah, you got the AC on. All right, there you go. Rub it in, rub it in. Hello, Michigan Mad Bad. What day was it? Right, what day was it? Hello to everyone from the Michigan Madman. Oh, Sylvester's on board. Briefly, anyway. Listening briefly, we're in Rome as we get on our way to the Sistine Chapel. I guess this afternoon in that part of the world. I hope your journeys have been going well there. I mean, man, oh man, you guys have seen a lot over the past couple of weeks. The Grand Tour. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 53 degrees with clear skies in Carthage, Missouri tonight. So we saw the doctor today. My hot blonde wife's doing well post-surgery. She's still very sore. Her expanders are uncomfortable but necessary. Had to keep the drain tubes in one more week. Can't lift her arms past like mid-torso region for 2 more weeks, according to the doctor's orders. So I'm home now until the 23rd, if things go according to plan. Let's see, Steve, I'm headed to bed here in a bit. So have a great show. Just wanted to give a shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the hometown of Marlin Perkins. All right, glad. Thanks for the update, Lauren. Continued healing for the wife there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe, drivers. There's Larry. 62 degrees in New Paltz, New York. On 87 northbound, headed to Schenectady, New York tonight. Got 64 degrees in northwest Illinois. All right. Marianne checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Thanks to all the truckers for what you do. And Luke pretty much says the same. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there for doing what you do. Bidu checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Buckeye Boy on board from Tucson, Arizona tonight, where it's 80 degrees. Had a good time playing some golf today at Quarry Pines Golf Club. Back 9 was brutal. And actually, it used to be a sand and gravel quarry. Yeah, pretty cool how they reclaimed it and put in 9 holes to go with the other 9. But yeah, the temp hit the later in the day, the higher it got. Got my delivery off about 7 o'clock local. I'll be doing a pickup at a couple locations for Thursday, then headed back. Braves swept the Red Legs, and all by 1 run. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right. And Jeffrey, thank you so much. He says, best overnight radio show ever. Appreciate that. Thumbs up. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and Find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got a lot of stuff we'll be updating you on here as we roll into a Thursday. And, of course, curious what's on your mind. It's 844-844-3388. Set on down to Wally. What's going on, Wally?
Nothing much, man. Just raining down here all day long and stuff. And nothing really much. I sent a text message to Horse Feathers and about the Make-A-Wish Foundation thing.
Okay.
And he sent me back. He said, you need to call Steve. So I'm calling you.
So, I mean, West Palm Beach, you got a little bit of rain. How about those folks over in Fort Lauderdale? That's incredible flooding they had.
Yeah, but even a little bit further north and south of where I'm at right now, if it rains 15 minutes, they're flooding in Delray.
Wow.
On the city street. So it depends on where you're at. Up here in Boynton Beach and Lake Worth, it's pretty dry. And it don't matter how much it rains. It stays pretty dry.
I know they said that portions
but
of
it
Florida
doesn't back up and flood like it does everywhere else.
Yeah, everything's so flat down there, right? I mean, you're so close to sea level anyway. I mean, it all has to run back out into the ocean.
It ain't so much where it's sea level. It's how they. Some places are higher than others, and what the problem is they don't have 6 feet of drop from the top of the road surface down to the sewers like they do up north.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so so the sewer lines are like right there. It's just underneath the street. And I mean, right there underneath the street. I mean, it's like right there underneath the street or sidewalk.
Sure.
And as soon as they get full, the street's backed up because there's no place for the water to run to. And then they used to run that stuff off into the beach or somewhere else. They can't do that anymore because of the oil and grime going off into the water. So now they got to get it treated somewhere.
Okay.
So that's where it backs up into. And they usually drain it off into the canals. And then when they get the water out of the canal, they'll clean it up. So it's kind of messed up how they do things around here. But
all right.
You can tell them nothing. So how you been doing, man? I ain't talked to you for a coon's age because y'all dropped off YouTube.
Yeah, well, we're on Rumble now. I don't know if you were aware of that. Do you do the Rumble?
No, I don't even. I'll just do the app radio thing. Okay. So that's why I got you through
the phone app.
Through the phone app. So,
yeah, everything going well. Everything going well. Had a very, very productive Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville a couple weeks ago, and just plugging away here, getting ready for summertime.
Yeah, I know. I hate summer down here, man. It's pathetic. It's too hot to do anything, man.
Too hot. Horse Feather said last evening, who's going to be the first one to say too hot?
Me, man. I'm from the north, and I can't stand it. If it's above 70 degrees, I don't want to be here.
Oh, boy. And here all of us up north are wishing we had that warm weather in from Florida.
Hey, I don't even... In the wintertime, I don't even turn on my furnace. It can get 40, 33 degrees outside. And if I have the house closed up, I don't need anything.
Right.
I don't. I don't need the furnace because I can deal with it.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, my electric bill kills me in the summertime though, because I try to keep the house down about 65. I know it's crazy, but I don't want to get used to the being super hot. You know.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
My blood's thinning out fast enough with the goddamn medication they got me on.
I hear you. Well, Wally,
Steve,
I appreciate you checking in here on a Thursday morning. Yes, be safe down there, and don't be such a stranger. I think the last time he checked in was early October of last year, so he ain't kidding what he said. He ain't talked to you at a coon's age. Meanwhile, 844-3388 is our number. News break just ahead here. Couple of industry headlines. Major crash involving a semi-truck Wednesday afternoon in Washington County, PA there. South Strabane Township. Could have been a lot worse. This tractor trailer almost went off the overpass. It was actually partially hanging off the I-79 flyover ramp at the I-70 interchange. Some of the cargo did break out, falling to the roadway below, but the driver was treated at the scene. Had that rig gone over, would have been a different scenario. But lots to cover. Back after this on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Victims from this week's bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are remembered with vigils Wednesday. At the same time earlier, we heard 911 calls from during the chaos.
Has anybody been shot?
Yes.
How many people?
I don't know. 8 or 9.
8 or 9 people have been shot?
Uh-huh.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear opened up about his personal connection to Monday's shooting.
I lost one of my best friends on Monday, but I've got 2 friends and more that survived.
In all, 5 were killed, 9 wounded. Ukrainian officials are once again asking for American fighter jets to aid its fight against Russia. On Wednesday, Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal directly appealed to U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin for fighter jets and long-range missiles. Shmyhal says Ukraine will win the war, but would achieve victory faster and with fewer casualties if they had the longer-range weapons. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by
by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, other industry headlines before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Indiana State Police seeking your help in locating a suspect who opened fire on a semi-truck Wednesday morning. Literally minutes before we went off the air, about 4:45 a.m. this past morning. Troopers responded to a report of shots fired at a semi-truck on southbound I-65, just north of the truck scales, the Lowell exit. The truck driver told the state police a motorist in a light-colored SUV, possibly a Chevrolet, opened fire on the moving semi-truck as it traveled south on the interstate. Police said bullets struck the front passenger tire as well as other areas on the truck. Thankfully, the driver was not hurt. A suspect described as a white male wearing a black shirt. They're asking for anyone who may have been rolling through there, if you have any information or any maybe dash video, they'd like you to contact the state police, Lowell Post Commander, and leave a message for Trooper Beers. So the suspect on the loose there. All right. Was it a road rage incident or just a random someone taking shots at a big truck? That's the question. Might they do it again? Yeah, so be aware of your surroundings, I guess, would be the word. And one other, on to Tennessee, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office sharing the dash cam video from a rollover crash that left the truck driver trapped on Tuesday. This was in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Police said 3 deputies just happened to be actually sitting at a stoplight, waiting for the light to change when this truck's coming around, making the turn. And I'm assuming it looks like the load, this is a box truck, 53-foot trailer, maybe taking the turn too fast or the load shifted, but over went the truck. Deputies saw the truck was leaking fuel. and responded, luckily, right there on the scene to pull the driver who was actually trapped in the truck with a leg injury. We're able to get him out of the cab to safety. So there you go, some of our industry headlines. Let me move over here to Teamsters update. Are we going to have a strike later this year? The International Brotherhood of Teamsters this past day demanding UPS to stop stalling and negotiate in good faith to finalize supplemental contract negotiations as soon as possible, telling the company that bargaining for a new national agreement will not start until UPS gets its act together. Now, the Teamsters began supplemental negotiations back in January. Out of 40 supplements to the national contract nationwide, 30 of them are still unresolved after repeated delays by UPS today. We've clearly stated our intentions to UPS from the beginning. There would be no national negotiations until these regional contracts are completed. This is not a game. But you wouldn't know that based on UPS's behavior, according to the Teamster General President, Sean O'Brien. The livelihoods of our members are at stake. UPS delays, disappears, drags its feet, refuses to talk about the real issues that workers need addressed. The Teamsters are not going to stand for it, he said. More than 340,000 Teamsters work at UPS, protected by the largest private sector collective bargaining agreement in North America. The current 5-year agreement expires July 31st. Teamsters, UPS Teamsters, are also covered under supplemental agreements and riders and addendums that are specific to the regions that and where they work around the country. Those contracts define provisions that are not covered under the national agreement. Things like paid time off, discipline language, seniority, overtime, work hours. The Teamsters and UPS have 12 weeks to come to terms before our contract expires. And UPS is not taking this seriously. That's General Secretary Treasurer Fred Zuckerman. He said UPS has had 4 months to bargain in good faith and reach agreement on supplemental issues. They haven't. They don't get to drag out this process. We will be in Washington ready to reach agreement on all outstanding issues in our supplemental contracts. It's up to UPS to get its act together and show up and do right by their workforce. Until then, there will be no negotiations on a national contract. After pulling in record-breaking revenue, more than $100 billion last year, UPS is delusional to think they can just ignore the workers who make them successful, says O'Brien. UPS is making a joke of supplemental negotiations. When they finally decide to bargain in a professional and serious manner, the Teamsters will be here, ready to go, but some pretty strong rhetoric coming in there as, the clock is ticking. And with all the 30 issues unresolved with the supplementals, they're going to be hard-pressed for time to get a national agreement worked out in 12 weeks. So, we were talking about making alternative plans, who's going to be able to step in and fill the gap in the event of an actual strike with UPS. U.S. Postal Service is by no means equipped to handle that sort of an overload. So it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, 844-844-3388. What's going on with 5-7?
Yeah, good morning. Oh, I'm sitting there watching a meme on the page on Facebook. It shows General Milley, Secretary of the Navy, and some others. Then they're saying, they're short weapons, ammo, whatever. You know, in the post, it was saying, well, could all that stuff been gone to Ukraine? I mean, I'm sorry, you know, are they sitting up there and are surprised because they're not rearming themselves? They're not rearming America? I know a audit came out of the Pentagon, and they have no accountability. They have no idea where billions of dollars went or where they've gone. It's just amazing how stupid it seems like our military is. And I can guarantee you this, if they got up at night and or got out of the bar, and at least on the trip home from the bars and going home, listen to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive, they would have known this. They would have known this story because it was reported 6 months ago that we're shipping all our missiles to Ukraine, and we're running ourselves short. And this information I'm giving is what I got listening to you. And it's going to take, 3 years, and that's 6 months ago, 3 years to rearm ourselves to the point where we need to be. We're on the full verge of a war. John Bolton, that idiot, wants us to put troops in Taiwan. Thank God he's in no position of authority. And I remember Donald Trump saying that, John Bolton wants to go to war with everybody. So, but yeah, can you imagine us putting our troops right now in the harm's way in Taiwan? But I guess the old American thought is, if we fight the Chinese over there, they won't be over here. So, what can I say? The leadership is scaring me to death. China has to move soon, because this is the weakest, both uninformed. I just absolutely cannot believe we've gone from Trump to this. And it seems like when you try to talk to liberals, issues, they have no clue what they're talking. You know, they're too busy on local, social, and they're not seeing that we're being overrun. And I guess hard times will have to come to wake up some. My country ain't going down the bowl yet, I guarantee you, because as long as God's people are in this country, and this country was prayed over when the Constitution was formed. So it's the only country on the planet. So I believe as long as there's Christians walking the land of the United States of America, I think God will protect his people, and that means God will protect the United States of America. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to take some serious punches. If they go to the yuan, how are we going to support billions of dollars for one aircraft carrier every month? How are we going to, let alone as many aircraft carriers we got, their support ships, our navies? The oceans are going to be wide open to control of China, including the Atlantic Ocean. And I just, in this short time, man, I tell you what, but on the news, you had just come off the news, you got somebody on there saying, Ukraine's going to win over Russia. Well, on that leakage of that military information that they're all upset about, that pretty much, and that's honesty, that's pretty much not so. It's saying that Russia is doing a whole lot better, and Ukraine is not doing as well as you think. So it's like trying to revive a dead horse. But I just thought it's time. I mean, good Lord, we're in a bad position right now. So anybody believe in prayer, now's a good time to start doing it, because I do believe it's going to happen, and I don't know what this administration is going to plan on doing. So.
Well, speaking of the leaked documents, thank you, 5-7. Speaking of the leaked documents, I guess we wouldn't have been aware of this, which is now confirmed, had those documents not been leaked. But apparently some of the leaked information was that the United States, actually has some military presence in Ukraine. Do what? Yes, the U.S. confirming there is a small U.S. military presence deployed in Ukraine after the leaked documents indicated several Western countries had special forces units on the ground amid Russia's invasion. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby this past day confirmed U.S. troops are in Ukraine, but they're not fighting on the battlefield, he says. I will not talk to the specifics of numbers and that kind of thing. There is a small U.S. military presence at the embassy in conjunction with the defense attaché's office to help us work on accountability of the material that's going in and out of Ukraine. So they're attached to that embassy and to the defense attaché, he said. Now, those comments after one of the leaked top secret documents indicated 14 U.S. Special Forces units were in Ukraine, as well as 50 from the UK and 33 from other NATO member countries, as reported by the BBC. The Associated Press previously reported that a small number of forces had begun doing some on-site inspections in Ukraine to make sure the weapons from Western countries are being accounted for. Of course, I think that's something that probably needs to be done, right? We've been hearing so many reports that as much as maybe half of what we're sending over there is ending up on the black market, not going to where it's intended to go. A defense attaché is a military service member appointed to an embassy abroad as a representative of their country's military. In Ukraine, U.S. defense attachés advise the U.S. ambassador and other personnel on all defense and security matters, providing timely, accurate information to senior leaders on defense and security issues affecting Ukraine and the region, according to the office's website. The Ukraine's defense attaché consists of representatives from 4 military branches. They interact across a broad spectrum with the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Now, despite providing Ukraine dozens of billions of dollars in military assistance since the invasion began more than a year ago, the president has said U.S. troops will not be sent to fight there. And I guess that's what Kirby, they're not there to fight. Kirby, but admitting that there is some sort of presence nonetheless. All right, coming up, we'll get back to your calls. Hey, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. A Thursday coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes. And each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Debbie there in Indiana. Good morning, Steve. It's a nice 58 here in the Hoosier State. Looks like we're going to be close to 80 later in the day today. Everybody, please be mindful of motorcycles as the weather continues to warm. More and more getting out there, no doubt about that. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. He's heading to Illinois this morning. Everybody have a terrific Thursday. Thank you much. Good to hear from you there, Debbie. Terry, USA Terry is on board. Morning overnight drive drivers. Let's see, 68 degrees, clear skies here in South Bend, Indiana. Everybody be safe out there. All right, there's Big John. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing okay. Have a safe week and drive safe out there, says Big John. Speaking of, we were talking classified documents. Yes, I guess it's probably been a month or so ago. Pappy had called about confidential information, pieces of information that would be confidential at one point in time. Where he's been even privy to some of it. Say a presidential visit. Details about when the president's going to be arrived, the route that the motorcade and things like that would be taking through any given city. That's all classified. Now, of course, as soon as the visit's over, it's no longer necessary to be considered a classified document. I was thinking along that line when I came across President Biden is overseas right now. Ireland, right? Northern Ireland police are investigating sensitive United States documents found in a Belfast street. Talk about a security breach. According to the Belfast Telegraph, 5-page document was uncovered by a local resident who called into a BBC radio show. Went by the name Bill. He said he found these documents down the street from his house, reportedly detailing the plans for President Biden's visit to the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland this week. Information on roads being closed, who the commanders are, phone numbers. Police Service of Northern Ireland confirming to the BBC, yes, the department is aware of the breach. An investigation is underway. The senior information risk officer has been notified. We take the safety of visiting dignitaries, members of the Republic, and our officers extremely serious. And we will put the appropriate actions in place. How does that happen? This just weeks after the chief constable touted that there's more than 2,900 officers taking part in an extensive operation ahead of Biden's visit. Pretty much the biggest deployment since the G8 summit there back in 2013. Lots of planning and preparation to ensure the safety and security of the U.S. president, his officials and staff, as well as the prime minister and other dignitaries. Okay, just blowing around in the streets out there. I don't know, somebody dropped their top secret information. That could be a bad thing. All right, coming up, news break just around the corner here, and we've got to get an update. Looks like after some of the initial reports that this whole Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light thing wasn't really having much of an impact overall. We've been saying it's going to take some time to see where is this going to go. Like most industries, trucking, there's numerous trucking publications. Some are free, some are, you got to pay a subscription. In the beer biz, there's I think it's called the Beer Business Daily, a publication. It's like $850 a year to get a subscription to that. But the Beer Business Daily, the guy that speaks for them, addressed what's going on with Anheuser-Busch and the whole Bud Light thing. And yesterday, word comes down, for those that have been watching the value of the stock, Anheuser-Busch has seen their value nosedive by nearly $5 billion since this whole partnership with Dylan Mulvaney has hit the news. So, we'll delve into that coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. All's quiet on the Western Front. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The victims of this week's deadly bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are being remembered. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear among the speakers at Wednesday's community-wide prayer vigil as he encouraged hundreds of attendees to embrace love during the event. At the same time, earlier Wednesday, there was the release of 911 calls from the day of the shooting.
People hiding in the bank describing the scene for the emergency operators.
And how do you know you have an active shooter on the site?
I just watched it.
How'd you watch? You watched it on a team's meeting?
Yes.
Has anybody been shot?
Yes.
How many people?
I don't know. Probably 8 or 9.
5 people were killed, several others injured.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Heavy rain slamming parts of South Florida is being called a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood emergency in and around Fort Lauderdale Wednesday. The weather also prompted the closure of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport due to ongoing flooding. Former President Trump is suing Michael Cohen for $500 million. He alleges Cohen breached their attorney-client relationship, among other claims. He filed a 30-plus page lawsuit in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida on Wednesday. Meantime, police are investigating after another threatening letter with white powder inside was mailed to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Officials responded to the scene. No one was injured. Same kind of thing happened late last month. Bragg is the DA prosecuting Trump for the hush money case. Inflation in the U.S. slowing down.
Inflation cooled to 5% year over year in March, down from 6% in February.
NBC News' Alice Barr says the latest Consumer Price Index report from the Labor Department shows inflation drops in both gasoline and grocery prices. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Drenching rains through the winter months meant reservoir refills and a major dent in the drought in California, but it also meant more water for budding vegetation this spring, which also means more fuel for future wildfires.
We anticipate sometime at the end of May, things will start to kind of turn from green to brown, and then once it's completely dead, moving into the summertime, it's ready to burn, and it's always going to be there until it's either removed or it's burned.
That's Isaac Sanchez with CAL FIRE, who says annual grasses that will continue to thrive through spring are especially concerning. Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson is headed back to the Tennessee State House.
We fight together. Yeah. So the message for all the people in Nashville who decided to expel us. You can't expel hope. Yeah.
The Shelby County Commission voted Wednesday to reappoint Pearson back to the seat he was removed from last week. Pearson and fellow Democratic Representative Justin Jones were expelled from the House by the GOP majority for leading a protest against gun violence on the floor of the chamber against its rules. Former President Trump returning to New York City Wednesday night, about a week since his historic indictment. 9:15 a.m. Thursday, he'll head downtown for another deposition by New York Attorney General Letitia James, who's filed a $250 million lawsuit against Trump and his company for allegedly cooking the books. Trump has called the investigation by James a politically motivated witch hunt. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Barry Shoemaker. I'm the publisher of Beer Business Daily and Wine and Spirits Daily, and for trade publications that cover the beverage alcohol business for executives that work in the industry, whether that be distributors, retailers, or producers. When it first started getting traction online about a week ago, we didn't cover it because it really wasn't news, like you said. There's there's always chit chat about various brands online at any given time. But having gone through the week as we got closer and closer to the holiday weekend, Easter and Passover, in talking with distributors, there was a little bit of worry, especially in the South and the Midwest, and especially in rural areas where retailers were reporting their customers weren't happy with Bud Light, and some retailers themselves weren't happy with Bud Light. And so as the week went on, there were questions within the industry of why Anheuser-Busch would wade into the culture wars with their largest brand. And the simple answer is that I don't think they intended to. This was just a media kit that they sent out. They send out many all the time. And she posted it on her Instagram account, and then it took off from there. So when it started affecting consumer demand is when we decided to jump in and report on it. But yeah, the controversy extended through the holiday weekend, which is a problem for AB. And the distributors that have experienced the most backlash are the ones in more rural areas. And those distributors also tend to be smaller and more reliant on the Anheuser-Busch brands to pay their bills. And so, yeah, there is some concern about it. It could be a tempest in a teapot. It could be temporary, but it's enough that distributors have rung the bell and cause for a little bit of concern in the short term. This is probably the biggest controversy we've seen in a long time. There's always a real danger in keeping the marketing toward your current core consumer who may be aging out. And the fact of the matter is that you have to have Gen Z consideration for a beer brand as big as Bud Light to be successful. And it just doesn't work. So yeah, you do have to pivot to the values of a younger generation, and those values don't always align, as we're seeing here, with older folks. But it is a necessity. I'm not sure if this particular promotion was the best one, but it does point toward big brands knowing that they have to shift their thinking and their messaging around what people under 25 and over 21 think. A group that is very happy about it is obviously Anheuser-Busch's competitors. So the Miller and Coors and distributors are doing great. But I'm sure that in metro areas, this has not affected Bud Light to a discernible degree, and maybe even helped it. We just don't know because the data won't come in for another couple of weeks. History tells us that these boycotts tend to be short-termed. I would say probably the difference here is that it's Bud Light, and there's an expectation around the brand equities and what you think of as Bud Light, and that's contrary to what you would think of in Bud Light. And there's always a danger when you tread down that path, but you still have to evolve your brand, and so that I think we're just seeing the pain points, and when you attempt to do that.
When something new comes into the space.
So there you go. That's the spokesperson from the, what do they call it, the Beer Business Daily. As he said, it's going to take a few weeks. How long will it go? Has the brand forever lost a decent chunk of their market? As I mentioned before the break there, we saw the stock value. It's been going down. Anheuser-Busch has lost nearly $5 billion in market value. According to the Dow Jones Market Data Group, the parent company is down 4.7%. Lost about $5 billion since March 31st. Stock was down more than 1.5% yesterday alone. An analysis on this matter, first published by the New York Post. And as we've been following the various scenarios, John Rich, the music singer, pulling Bud Light from his Nashville, Tennessee bar. On the heels of Kid Rock, Travis Tritt, some of the others. Anheuser-Busch did not immediately respond to request for comment about their stock. Now, that one initial statement they issued, standing behind their decision, to make this move, this marketing move. So but as you heard there, Coors, Miller Lite, they're all loving what's going on because their sales are going through the roof. Where does it end? And another guy, what was the guy? I'm not real familiar with him. I think his name is Strickland, something like that. He's got some, I don't know if he's a podcaster, a radio host somewhere around the country, but he got like Strickland's Army, something like that. And yeah, he was pointing to the fact that Anheuser-Busch has gone virtually silent. They have not made a single post like on their Instagram account since this all began to unfold. All right, so we'll leave it at that. Little update for you there. Our number 844-844-3388. I did a quick phone reset there because I saw that we had several callers online and they were just dropping off like flies, and thought that might have been akin to what was happening last night. Scarecrow.
Well, wondered if you were playing games with me or what the heck was going on there. I went to total radio silence for a bit there. I wasn't getting any of your feed, but
that's what happened last night. I see 5-7 said he had called and everything went silent, and yes, so I don't know, technical issues. That's computer world, but
yeah, you just break out the ball peen hammer and fix it.
That's right.
Oh man, reflecting on last night for a little bit there. You painted a bit of a picture for me, Steve, and Crow's fertile mind took and ran with it here again. This brings Turbo into the conversation. You kind of hinted around, I believe, that he maybe had some Beagle and German Shepherd in him.
That's what the owners told me, that they said they were somebody down in Kentucky. I don't.
Well, man, it brings the children's story about the little train that could. I think I can. I
I remember well.
Oh man, well that carries over a little different ending than the children's portion, but yeah, that's been. I can't say troubling me, but it's been stirring since, and I felt I had to bring that forth. Oh man, Steve, I generally lay down early in the morning and get up mid-afternoon and charge into whatever chores or activities I have for the day. Well, then we move into summer, and the heat of summer, I'll try to do my activities in the forenoon and sleep through the heat of the day. Well, I hadn't paid real close to yesterday's forecast, but I knew it would warm up. Regardless, I got up about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and I sleep in the lower level of our house. It hangs around 65, 67, and even all summer long down there. I looked at the thermometer outdoors, and I walked out into the three-season porch, and I thought, you gotta be kidding me. It was 84 out in the porch. I looked at the outdoor temperature. We had 88 at that moment.
Wow.
And watching the weather last night, La Crosse, they set new record. They hit 90 degrees. It was, I don't know if that was a hot spot in the state or not, but it broke the old record by 9 degrees, Steve. The previous record was 81 for yesterday. So, no, I think, the bottom lower 2/3 of Wisconsin is under the burn ban. They're the nasty red image on the maps and whatnot for both yesterday and today. Now we've had, just like everywhere else, the wind is just unrelenting. The last, as far as I can remember now, and the humidity has dropped to nothing. So, yeah, it's prime for just that one little spark to They got all the fire departments in the area. They're all active and, kind of sharing their manpower and whatnot. Every single day they're running here and there. But, we too much of a good thing. And I think by Sunday they're looking highs in the 40s. They're talking about, some snow flurries and whatnot.
Yep.
In the forecast here. Oh, shoot, that, what are you supposed to do with it? The river, I think La Crosse, they expect that to come up 4 feet by Monday, I believe it was. A little bit upstream, Winona, Minnesota, they're expecting the same thing. I believe they said the barge traffic has been shut down now. And that's kind of surprising because I have seen them lock through, even with the roller gates wide open. And the roller gates, there's a string of, maybe 8 to a dozen stretch out across the river in the dam. But I'm just speculating now that they must be leaving the lock gates wide open too to keep as much water flowing as possible. But it's you can run, but you can't hide. Here we got the extreme dry, burning conditions, yet more water than you know what to do with. Then let's see, moving on. Well, you know what? That that momentary lapse in reasoning and thought is stolen. Whatever I was gonna share with you at the moment here, it's probably gonna have to wait till later on here.
when it comes
I'm
back,
gonna be grasping you. Oh, I just thought I'd better chime in because it didn't seem like the calls were coming forth.
Yeah, they may not have been coming through. Yeah, that's what happened last night. I got that call from 5-7 on the smartphone. He said, "Hey, you better do a phone reset." And as soon as I did, it's like, oh, yeah, boing, boing, boing. The calls were coming in. So.
Yeah. Well, I know I'll be able to chime in later on. So we're gonna generate some income for the company at the moment. We'll catch up with you after a while, Steve.
All right, appreciate you checking in there. Yes, you're talking about the dry conditions. There are, they call them red flag warnings with breezy conditions, lots of sunshine, and the warm temperatures right now. I'm looking at nearly the entire state of Iowa. Yeah, there are a few counties there, even in Minnesota. Red flag warnings through much of Nebraska, about the northern half of Kansas. Eastern half of Colorado, a good chunk of New Mexico, and all the way down into southern Arizona. Of course, Phoenix hit 98 degrees on Tuesday. I hadn't seen the update how hot they got here on Wednesday. But all right, it's 844-3388. As, yes, it appears the phone lines are operational, working correctly, and plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What a sad story out of Texas. Initial reports, they say, revealed that at least 18,000 cattle were killed and one worker injured in a dairy farm explosion that occurred on Monday. According to KFDA television, the explosion at the South Fork Dairy in Dimmitt, Texas, causing flames to engulf a building on the farm where the cattle are hauled before being transferred into a holding pen for milking, according to the sheriff. All right, he noted that only a small percentage of the farm's cows survived the incident, and even surviving cattle were moved to another facility owned by South Fork Dairy. There were some that survived, some that are probably injured to the point where they'll have to be destroyed. But authorities received multiple calls Monday night about 7:30 about the explosion and were informed that some the workers might be trapped in the burning building. When fire officials arrived at the scene, they found and rescued one female worker there. She was airlifted to the hospital for treatment. She's in critical condition. All the other employees were accounted for. They said the fire caused significant damage. Part of the investigation is to see what caused it to get so big, and they're thinking maybe the insulation in the building might have caught fire. Still not clear at this time what caused the fire, but they're speculating that an overheating vacuum machine may have actually sparked the fire. The extent of the explosion's damage and cause are still under investigation. Well, Animal Welfare Institute said that this incident was probably the deadliest barn fire for cattle overall, the most significant fire in Texas since they actually started tracking barn fires about 10 years ago. About 18,000 head, though. You talk about a costly fire for that rancher. Unbelievable. All right, let's give it a shot here. I don't know. Are these things working, Pappy?
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I called twice, and your recording never came on, It could have been my phone. I don't know. That does it once in a while. But I hung up, called back again, same thing. Hung up, sent you that email, hung up, called in, and then it worked. So I don't know.
Okay.
Could have been my phone.
I saw your name pop up on the screen, and then you disappeared. Then I was seeing when you were dialing in, but you weren't getting any message, huh?
No. Yeah, the recording wasn't coming on. And I waited like, I don't know, 7 or 8 seconds. Maybe they ain't working. I hung up, tried it again, same thing. And when I hung up, third time, it worked.
Okay. Wow.
I don't know. Listen, real quick, Steve, I'm going to stop talking about this gun control. The left wants gun confiscation, gun ban. They want to stop American citizens from being able to defend themselves. It's got nothing to do with any school shooting, the crime in these liberal cities. It's all about what I just said, stopping us to be able to defend ourselves. All right? Enough of that. Full stop. Next topic. Come on, man. Steve, we got Navy SEALs in every embassy in around this world. He's not fooling nobody. That's not out of the abnormal here.
Well, because that's kind of what we didn't have enough resources. Where was that? Where the ambassador or whatever?
Benghazi.
Right, in Benghazi.
Benghazi, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're there to,
Where they
to
were even
protect the
asking.
embassy, right?
Yes, sir. Steve, I've seen a lot of interviews with some Navy SEALs, right? And trust me, these dudes want to get in a firefight. They want to go out and take it to the enemy, right? Take names, kick ass takes names later. And most of the time, their first deployments are at an embassy somewhere. And they're like, man, that sucked. I wanted to get out of there. It was boring, you know?
Yeah.
They want to get out in the thick of things, man. I mean, that's what they're trained to do, you know? I mean, the Navy SEALs do a lot of stuff just besides, you know, swimming underwater, Steve. So for Biden to say that, you know, come on, man. He's not fooling nobody. And, Steve, if you would have asked me 3 months ago, do you think we got any boots on the ground in there? I would say, hell yeah, you know we do. Come on, man. Real quick, I know you're getting at the bottom of the hour here, man.
I mean, you know, how if something were to happen and, you know, like a U.S. soldier, SEAL, whatever, special forces were to be killed, would that make the news that they were killed in Ukraine, or would it just would they bury that?
So I'm sure they would try to bury it, Steve. It depends on who recovers his body. You know, yeah, they would bury that, Steve.
That's what I'd be thinking. Yeah,
in Arizona. You know? But
yeah, they'd be trying to say,
well, you said, quick.
Yeah, you're right. We got to hit the news break. If you got to roll, Pappy, you can call back later or whatever. If you want to hang in there, I'll get back to you right after this, though. News break time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Some of the dramatic 911 calls from Monday's mass shooting at a Louisville, Kentucky bank have been released.
Oh my God, there's an active shooter there. Oh my God. What's it? You might know the address to Preston Point. Oh my God, I just walked down it.
A prayer vigil for the 5 people who were killed in that shooting is underway. Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson is headed back to the State House. The Shelby County Commission voted today to reappoint Pearson back to the seat he was removed from last week. Pearson and fellow Democrat Representative Justin Jones were expelled from the House by the GOP majority for leading a protest against gun violence on the floor of the chamber. Inflation is slowing down in the U.S. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the Labor Department says inflation slowed to 5% in March. That's down from February's 6%, with prices for both gas and groceries falling. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we are, back at it. Where we leave off there. Let's try. Thanks for hanging in there, Pappy. What else did you have?
Well, I wanted to get back to this Taiwan thing, Steve. Let's take a trip back in time, 1962, maybe early parts of 63, I'm not sure. Cuban Missile Crisis. We had aerial photographs of some ballistic missiles based in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
What did Kennedy do, Steve? He put a blockade on Cuba. The Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Everybody was on the edge of their seat. We could have been looking at World War III. So we put a blockade on Cuba. Russian ships were heading towards Cuba with the hardware for some of these missiles, or maybe even had some missiles on these boats. Can't remember. But they were Russian ships heading towards the blockade. They stopped and turned around, Steve, not that far away from Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
I think they stopped, parked for a while, and that's when everybody's like, man, what is going to happen? And I'm telling you right now, if they would have tried to go through that blockade, there would have been a naval battle right there. Kennedy would have fired on them. So that's the big question here, Steve. I'm telling you, watch for this. China already talked about boarding ships to search them. If they enact a naval blockade, what's going to happen when we got one of our transport ships heading to Taiwan? It's going to be escorted by U.S. warships. what's going to happen, Steve? Are we going to turn around, or are we going to try to go through the blockade? Keep an eye on this, and I'm telling you what, Steve, you know I've been prepping for a long, long time. I got 2 empty 55-gallon drums of water. And the minute I hear that China enacts a blockade, a naval blockade, them 2 drums are getting filled full of water. I don't mean that to scare anybody. I'm just trying to give some friendly advice. You know, just be prepared. Because, Steve, this country is falling apart, and we got to do something about it. We got to get these numbnuts out of office. All this propaganda it just boggles the mind. Anybody with common sense understands that this is just boggles the mind. When truth gets turned upside down, right? And they try to hide the truth from the American people, and that's exactly what they are doing. So, just saying, keep an eye on that, man. I know everybody is, but this is serious business if that goes down.
So
it could happen tomorrow. It could happen 3 months from now, maybe 6 months. I don't know. But, Steve, we could wake up tomorrow and that could happen.
And you're saying things would go south real quick?
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, it's going to go south, and it's going to go real south real quick when we try to bust through that blockade. You think China is going to be like Kennedy and fire on us? You damn right they are. I'm telling you right now, Kennedy would have fired on them Russian ships.
Right.
And if push comes to shove, what do you think Biden's going to do? He's probably going to turn around, Steve.
That's what I was
Just
leaning
like the
towards.
Russians did.
That's what I was leaning towards.
And then Taiwan belongs to China.
Yeah.
And we've talked about what happens, you know. Them factories over there, Steve, that produce them chips, we're going to destroy them. We're not going to let them fall into the hands of the Russians. They're going to get destroyed. And we don't have the capability of producing these microchips here in the United States as of right now. All right, my man. Beautiful day out today. Will be a beautiful day out tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm going to be sleeping through most of it.
I was saying, yeah, I slept through most of it. I saw the sunshine early in the day, and yeah, I think I hit the hay about noon.
I cut the grass on Sunday. Yeah, man, it's a beautiful day. I'm ready for it, Steve. Who was the call before saying they don't want the hot weather? Bring it on. Give me the hot weather.
Yeah,
man.
Wally said
I'm ready for it.
He lives in Florida, and he said he doesn't like it when it's above 70 degrees. Well, for crying out loud.
Keeps the thermostat on 65. What the heck? Steve, you know me. I ain't got much fat on me, if any, right? I like it warm, man. I can handle the cold. All right, be safe, everybody.
Thank you for checking in. There you go. All right. Yeah, serious stuff, right? All right, I saw that post, and Gilligan shared that. I know I'm obviously a Facebook friend with Tyler, but he's showing the photographs of what occurred, and I guess, man, oh man, he's lucky to be alive. Hauling a load of lumber. And his post says, I cannot stress this enough. Stop pulling out in front of us big trucks. We cannot stop on a blank and dime. God spared me today because I walked away with a few cuts and bruises, But most importantly, I walked away alive. Thank you, Lord. And thank you for my wife. She calmed me down and kept me under control from the time of the incident. And I can't thank her more than enough for the encouragement and support she gave me, through this time this past day. I love you, baby. I'm blessed and thankful to walk away from this minor setback. Make a long story short, a van pulled out in front of me and just stopped in the middle of the road and then just took off as if nothing happened. But I had no other choice but to commit. So before you come on here with any negative comments and whatnot, do your research on flatbeds and lumber hauling. I don't know, what would negative comments be there? I'm thinking, would they say something about improper load securement? I'm not sure, but yeah, a bunch of this lumber came forward as he obviously had to make that decision of, I don't know, would that have been one of those maintain your lane things and just plow into the van or slam on the brakes? Which he obviously opted to slam on the brakes, and a bunch of lumber came forward and right through the windshield of the truck. And looking at some of the photos, yeah, it looks like it's lucky he's alive with just some cuts and bruises. But he pretty much could have been, decapitated just like that with that load coming through from back to front. All right, so yeah, lucky to be alive. Let's get back to the calls here, see what's going on with Eagle this morning. What do you say, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, hold on for a minute. Yeah, Steve. That's the reason why I don't drive a flatbed, man. It's a dangerous job concerning the four-wheelers. That's the way they jam on the brakes, and if you don't have, especially those coil loads, Steve. I don't know if you know what a coil is. Those things, you have to, you see a flatbed going down the road and he only has one of them on there, but them things weigh over 40,000 pounds. And if one of them things get loose, it can kill the driver or somebody else. But yeah, I'll tell you a quick story right quick. In Austin, Texas, like about 6 years ago, that did happen where a truck driver got decapitated. He was hauling steel and traffic came to a stop. And he didn't have nowhere to go. He slammed on the brakes and, he slammed, I guess he didn't secure the load good enough and the steel came right through the headache rack, as they like to say, straight through the cab and decapitated the driver. So that's a dangerous job. He's lucky to be alive. Like I said, I haven't seen the photos, but I can imagine what it looks like. But yeah, flatbed, that's the reason why nowadays, Steve, I don't really have too many problems with the DOT, but I've been noticing, especially in Alabama and Mississippi, they randomly pull over flatbed trucks and check those trucks for load securement. A lot of flatbed trucks I've been seeing get pulled over lately by the DOT officers. Yeah, so that's a dangerous job. Like I say, we're dealing with these four-wheelers. They don't seem to. Either they don't know or they don't care. I think I'm starting to believe they don't care about the safety of trucks and stuff at this point. Finally, that one guy, I never thought I'd hear him say that, but I kind of figured he would eventually come over to the way I was thinking. The guy that calls your show every night that lives in Baltimore, when he first started calling, he was talking about, trying to, about the four-wheelers and stuff. But I can tell he's changed his whole attitude. But like I say, that's the reason why I don't go to New York, New Jersey, that 95 area, because just like he says, those people will pass you up on the shoulder, Steve. Those are some of the most dangerous drivers in the New York Turnpike, New Jersey, going up through there, 95, Washington, D.C. area. That's some of the most dangerous roads to be traveling on for a truck driver. So my truck, about as far north as I go on 95 is I might go to Richmond, Virginia, and that's about it. But I don't go no further north than that because those people are very dangerous. The closer you get to New York City, it just gets even worse. The way they drive, those people are scary the way they drive up there in New York and New Jersey. But Steve, Pappy, hopefully he's still listening. I told you the same deal last night, talking about Taiwan. This is a very dangerous situation right now, because You know, and see, this is, you know, like I say, not that Biden hasn't done enough, but now we you know, you see all the bad things he's done. Do you realize now, Steve, that if China takes over Taiwan, that'll be two countries that have been overtaken since he's been in the White House? Do you realize that Ukraine has been overtaken, and now it could possibly be Taiwan? And I still hear people saying that Joe Biden is doing a good job, that he deserves. As a matter of fact, I think I heard one of these losers on TV again today saying that they're going to put Joe Biden back out there, Steve, on the ticket for 2024. It's a damn shame. And it just goes to show you how much they think of Kamala. If I was Kamala, I would just go ahead and resign in disgrace. She gets she doesn't deserve any respect, but she doesn't get no respect even from the Democrats, Steve. Kamala is not even in consideration for president. Do you realize how bad she is? I know you know, Steve, but Kamala is so bad. She is so bad right now that the Democrats, they don't even want to. And I never thought I would say that the Democrats don't even want nothing to do with Kamala. That's how bad she is. They not even. She's a whole lot younger than Joe Biden, and they're not even thinking about putting her on the ticket for 2024. Because first of all, they know she won't win. And another individual that they're not talking about, Steve, is Hillary Clinton. Nobody wants anything to do with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton's political career is over. So as far as putting her back on the Democratic ticket, nope, it's not going to work either. It's like I say, the Democrats, Steve, they have ruined their reputation so bad now that there is really, like I say, as much as I hate to say it, Joe Biden is really the only man they can run. There's no other Democrat in the U.S. right now that's doing a job that's worthy of even being considered president. So that speaks volume about the Democratic Party. I'm just sitting back laughing. People like me are just sitting back laughing at these jerks, Steve. But see, here's the deal, though. Because, see, hopefully I don't get ramrodded like I did in 2024, you know, because I thought that Donald Trump had a cakewalk back in the White House, and that turned out to be different because, you know, some circumstances changed that. And that's what I'm scared of in 2024, Steve. There's no way, if I was putting money down, if you was a betting man, you put money down on the election in 2024, anybody in their right mind would put their money down on a Republican, whether it be Trump or the governor of Florida. But we both know that anything is possible with these Democrats. These are some very dirty people. So we'll see what happens in 2024. But I'm going to say this one last time, Steve. Anybody that walks into a voting booth in 2024 and puts their name on the dotted line for Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of themselves. And they really ought to have their voter registration taken away for life, because there's no reason to even vote for Joe. I'm going to repeat one more time, Steve. If China overtakes Taiwan, that'll be two countries that have been overtaken since he's been in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, of course, you know, the fight is ongoing there in Ukraine. Gordon Chang chimed in about that topic yesterday, or was it Tuesday? And pretty much said that China is very closely watching Russia's efforts in Ukraine. And depending on what happens, may take that as the green light to take Taiwan. He said the biggest threat from China comes from its support for the Russia war in Ukraine, because I think that the future of this century is going to be written on the Ukrainian battlefields, especially the future of Taiwan, if Russia is allowed to keep any portion of the Ukrainian territory. The Chinese are going to see that as a big green light for territorial ambitions of their own. Now, if Russia is expelled from Ukraine, I think Xi Jinping will maybe think twice about what he can do on his own periphery. But of course, there's so many other dangerous things that China's doing. It's actually hard to pick among all of them, but I think the support for the Ukraine war, at least right now, is the most important one. And we're talking about the reshuffling of the world's hedge money. All right. It's 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, greetings from the TNC Radio.live studios, shadow of the Johnson Space Center in lovely Houston, Texas. Hello, Mr. Kelly. Coming up after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, catch all new episode of Wednesday evening's primetime lineup. Yeah, we're new and live Wednesday nights. First, it's Captain Kirk, Christine Gregg, and others. A strongly opinionated discussion about autonomous trucking. Then it's Taillights with the Bombs. Angie meets with a new group called the 32 Truckers. This group brings together drivers and spouses to raise awareness around driver suicide rates that have increased in recent years. Did you know that there are multiple options for those moments when the loneliness and difficulties of being a commercial driver become overwhelming? You learn about those options so they can help others who may be struggling. Finally, 7 o'clock Eastern this morning, it's Anderson and Banker. Clutch Time Sports. A lot going on in the sports world this time of year. If you could be transported in space, time, and become a professional athlete, what sport would you play? What team? All right, it's safe, it's healthy, and they avoid the negativity so often found in sports talk. And, of course, yes, got your keywords coming up. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. You know what? While we're on the subject, let's just give you keyword number 1 this morning. It's Thursday, April the 13th. Brace. B-R-A-C-E. Brace yourself. Brace for impact, right? Yeah, the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Go to tncradio.live. Click on contest, enter that keyword. That's that'll be your first entry for the day here, Thursday. We'll have another keyword later this morning. Get additional keywords at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time throughout the day. 4 chances to enter on each workday. tncradio.live. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. All right, horse feathers. I only got about a minute and a half before news break. So, yeah, hang in there. We got you coming up. And, after that, it's Clear Lines at 844-844-3388. As we mentioned last evening on the program, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration was slated to hold an online, a virtual forum this past day, talking about things they're looking to address this coming year, and a very busy agenda for the FMCSA. Indeed, that was held, the Analysis, Research, and Technology Forum, as the FMCSA focused on efforts to lower the number of fatality crashes. We have made significant strides over the last 30 years to reduce large truck and bus fatalities, says Tom Keene. However, during the last 10 years, that trend has begun to reverse itself, with large truck and bus fatalities increasing. What's going on? And we'll tell you a bit more of what they had to discuss. And some of this is undoubtedly the unintended consequences of some of the mandates that they've already implemented out there. I think right now, first and foremost, the electronic logging device. That's had a obviously detrimental impact on safety out there. So more on that coming up as we roll into another hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Some of the dramatic 911 calls from Monday's mass shooting at a Louisville, Kentucky bank have been released.
Oh my God, there's an active shooter there. Oh my God. Anybody know the address to Preston Point? Oh my God, I just watched it.
A prayer vigil for the 5 people who were killed in that shooting is underway. Officials in Shelby County, Tennessee have voted to reinstate ousted State House member Justin Pearson.
Same old politics. Yeah. We're tired of same old politicians. We got an allegiance to who are willing to march for justice. Yeah.
He was reappointed to the seat he was ousted from last week after taking part in a protest against gun violence on the House floor. Pearson and fellow Democrat Representative Justin Jones were expelled from the House by the GOP majority. Thousands of residents of Richmond, Indiana have been forced to evacuate after a toxic fire broke out at a recycling plant. Smoke from that fire has been defined as definitely toxic. Residents who find anything from the fire in their yards are asked to stay away from the debris. The fire is expected to burn for days, and the cause is still under investigation. President Biden is visiting Northern Ireland today, stopping at a pub in the County Louth, where his maternal ancestors are from.
Every time I've come, the welcome, the people on the streets, they're just so gracious to us.
Biden said his main objectives for the trip to Ireland and Northern Ireland is to keep the peace. Earlier today in Belfast, Biden marked the anniversary of the U.S.-brokered Good Friday Agreement, which ended decades of conflict between Catholics and Protestants. Egg prices are seeing their biggest monthly decline in almost 4 decades. Egg prices fell almost 11% in March after record prices in the beginning of the year. This is the second straight month egg prices are down, but they still cost 36% more than they did a year ago. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Trump is suing Michael Cohen for $500 million. He alleges Cohen breached their attorney-client relationship. The 30-plus page lawsuit claims Cohen spread lies about Trump that were embarrassing or detrimental and with malicious intent to wholly self-serving ends. Democrats from all levels of government are joining together to speak out about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his, what they call, right-wing, hate-filled legislative agenda.
I honestly can't believe what these radical Republicans are trying to do to Floridians, and I cannot stand by silently while they inflict such hate and cruelty on those we know and love.
Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz says the expansion of the so-called Don't Say Gay law, the 6-week abortion ban, and efforts to limit diversity, equity, and inclusion must be stopped. A surfer who was attacked by a shark in the waters off a popular Honolulu beach says he's grateful to be alive.
Mike Morita was lying on his board when what officials believe was an 8-foot-long tiger shark bit his leg. Surfers in the area immediately swam to him and made a tourniquet out of their leashes. Although Morita ended up losing his foot in the incident, doctors say the tourniquet saved his life. Morita says he's sharing his story to encourage others facing adversity, and he says he's going to be out surfing again with a prosthetic as soon as possible. I'm Skip Kelly.
And Prince Harry will attend the coronation of King Charles III alone. He won't be joined by his wife Meghan or kids when he attends his father's coronation in the UK next month. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And just like that, another hour and rolling on. I got the official press release. Horse Feathers just sent this my way here a few minutes ago. Almost that. I mean, tomorrow it's 1 month away. Mother's Day, right? The Make-A-Wish Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley holding the 34th annual Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Truck Convoy. Sunday, May 14. We're excited to return to the Manheim, Pennsylvania Auto Auction for the Convoy and Family Carnival. Now, we're counting on the local community, especially truck drivers, to make the convoy a success. Funds raised at the convoy typically support over 75% of the wishes granted in the Susquehanna Valley each year. As we bring independent drivers and trucking companies from all over the valley as well as across the country, with many drivers traveling thousands of miles to participate. This year we have hundreds of drivers already registered. Registration stays open until the day of the convoy. Convoy Planning Committee's been working hard. All right, the Convoy Carnival opens 9 a.m. Games, food, music, costume characters, the online auction. Convoy departs Manheim, Pennsylvania Auto Auction 1:30 p.m. May the 14th. And attending the convoy this year will be Linda Pauling, the Make-A-Wish co-founder, Wish mom, and volunteer. Linda's son, Chris, battled leukemia and wished to be a police officer, but little did he know that what this wish would create and how many lives it would transform. On April the 29th of 1980, Chris's community in Phoenix came together to make his wish come true. Not only did this experience create hope for those who witnessed it, but it created a moment aimed to restore hope for children and families when they need it the most. Not long after his wish was granted, a team of individuals joined together and created what is now Make-A-Wish. This year, we're honored to have Linda attending the 2023 Mother's Day Convoy. She'll take time to meet with the drivers. She'll give remarks during the ceremony and ride along in the convoy. All right, we'll have several ways to participate from home, including many of the convoy traditions. You can sign up to be a driver. If you're not a driver and just want to support a driver's fundraising effort, you can do so at wishconvoy.org. Of course, celebrate and cheer for the trucks as they go by along the truck convoy route, which they've got a link to the map there. Connect via Facebook on the 2023 Mother's Day Truck Convoy Facebook event page. Of course, on the day of, you can drive through or actually eat in the Mother's Day chicken dinner at Manheim, Pennsylvania Auto Auction, 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. there. The online auction items will be available for bidding starting on May the 10th and continuing through May the 15th. All that, details found at wishconvoy.org. But hard to believe it's only a month away, Horse Feathers.
It's coming fast, Your Honor. It doesn't take long. You have the Mid-America Truck Show, and the next thing you know, it's Mother's Day. It comes fast, and that was one of the reasons I didn't go down to the truck show this year. Is I'm just got so many things going, trying to get things done around the house and done around the fire truck, and get out and talk to people. And there's just not enough time in the day and the week. And as I say, things just come along so fast here that we're working hard. We're seeing what we can do. And again, I know how tight things are. I'm out here. I go to the grocery store every week, and I put fuel in the truck every day. And the prices. Did you hear this Janet Yellen? To get away from this for half a second. Did you hear this Janet Yellen saying that? All the prices have leveled out now. Things are doing well. Things are leveled out in price. Well, yeah, they're leveled out $1 or $2 more than what they were a year ago.
Right.
It's not that they came down to where we can afford things again. It's just that the rapid increase in price is seemed to slow down, and we've kind of reached a little bit of a plateau, but we didn't get back to the point that we're helping people. So anyways, I understand, and I know what people can do to donate, and I understand that, I've had a couple people tell me, well, we want to give you this money to put the fuel in your truck to get it there. And I'm like, well, no, it's not how it works there. My whole deal is I get the truck there. That's not a problem. It doesn't matter what it costs me to get the truck there. The money I raise is for the kids. Everything I get in donations all goes to the kids. So there isn't anything that stops, with the donations made, at least in my view, from the time somebody makes it to go to Make-A-Wish. So I appreciate the gesture. Don't get me wrong. I greatly appreciate the gesture, but the getting the truck there and having the truck in the convoy and all that's all on me. It was my choice to do, and so I'm just glad I can help try to raise some funds, and whatever anybody can do, I'm grateful for that. But so anyways, to do the little local part, they apparently didn't put the little local part in. I'm glad to hear the national thing of how the whole Make-A-Wish got started. But you said this was going to be the 34th.
34th.
When you read that, was it?
Yep.
34. So 34 years ago, this whole convoy got started by a boy who his wish was to talk to his sister on a CB. Wanted to be in a truck and talk to his sister on a CB. And they reached out, the Make-A-Wish people reached out to the trucking community there in Lancaster area, and said, hey, we'd like to try to get a few trucks or something, from a couple companies or whatever, and just be able to, put one child in one and a sister in the other, and let them talk on the CB. And well, they ended up with about 40 trucks that, came and showed up to participate with that, and that's how the whole thing got started. And that's why it's a truck convoy, is because it all started and revolved around the trucking community there. So that's how this one all got started, by that one wish, and from there it's grown to what it is. And I forget what year it was. It was either 2016, 2017, might have been 2017. That was my first year participating with it, but that was the year that they did the world record. They had the Guinness people there, and there was 611 trucks that were lined up to run through that convoy that year. So that was a pretty amazing thing. And then of course we had COVID, which kind of put the kibosh on a lot of things, and so it's back to rebuilding. And of course, with the economic situation the way it is, and what the prices of fuel have been for the last few years here, that it's a definite rebuilding process. So we're, as I say, we're just plugging away here and doing our thing, and hopefully everything works out well. And
I think was it Rob Finch that I talked to, and his wife? I think she said that the Guinness World Records, I guess they've removed that category, the largest truck convoy thing. Apparently they've removed that.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened to it. I thought there was one more convoy that got done again, larger since then. But yeah, I know they've done something with the way they categorize things and stuff, and I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was Rob and Terry that you talked to.
That's it.
And Terry is the I guess is the president of the committee there, the volunteer committee. So, and she's been doing that a lot of years. I mean, she's put a lot of her time and effort and energy into that committee and making things work. And there's a lot of behind the scenes volunteers, as well as the regulars, Make-A-Wish people that work at it. There is just an unknown number of volunteers that support this, and it's pretty amazing. If it's one of those things, it's you say you can't imagine to make it the Mid-America Truck Show without absolutely seeing it, which is true. It's just it's a spectacular sight that, it's almost like what, Ringling Brothers was the greatest show on earth of what it does. And this convoy, in its little part of the world that it does, it's just an amazing sight of what it is, and the amount of equipment that's there, and how it all transpires and gets out and gets down the road, and the kids, the Wish kids that are around, and what it touches and who it touches. So I don't know, I'm rambling on here, so I guess we should wrap this up and get on to other business. But anyways, I as I say, I appreciate it, and as Wally said in the beginning of the show there, he reached out and texted to me. We haven't texted back and forth in quite a while, and it was good to hear from him. And I told him, I said, call Steve. We haven't heard from you on the air.
Yeah.
So anyways, it was good he got on to say hello and all that. So it's good to keep in touch with old friends. But anyways, so I don't know where can we go from here? I guess this rain and everything you're talking about down in Florida, they've pushed it up for us here in the Maryland area now. They're saying it's going to be here on Saturday now instead of Sunday. So we got it coming in a day earlier than what they originally predicted. So I guess the way the jet stream's moving or whatever, it's coming up the coast a lot quicker than what they were originally anticipating. So I guess put that in the calendar for whatever you got to do to be prepared for it. And then I don't know, not a whole lot of other things going on. You were talking about that one driver that shared his story there of having the van pull out in front of him. Now, if it's the picture that I did see, his trailer actually did have a headboard on it.
It did.
That's one of the things I've always had a problem with, because the standards for hauling these flatbed loads down the road do not require headboards on flatbed trailers, and they don't require a headache rack on the back of the truck for the protection of the truck. What little bit of protection they give. Now the one thing I'll say, and it's because of weights and measures, and the way the loads are required to be loaded, a lot of times these loads aren't put against the headboard. So there'll be a 2-foot, 4-foot, 6-foot gap from the front of the load to the headboard. Well, unfortunately, the headboards aren't designed to stop a moving object, a moving load. They're not designed to do that. They're meant to keep a stationary load resting against it in place. So when that driver had to be heavy on his brakes, when the load shifted forward, the headboard wasn't designed to try to stop it. It might help slow it down a little bit, which might have lessened what hit the back of his cab, which is a good thing. But it goes back to what is the better part, the safety for the driver, or an axle on a truck being 500 pounds heavy or 1,000 pounds heavy? The problem is that the consideration and the use of common sense and saying, well, driver, you're 80,000 pounds, but you're 34,800 pounds on your drive axles, but your load's in a safe position. We don't have a problem with that. Well, no, here's your ticket for being 800 pounds over on the drive axle for having your load in a safe spot. And next time, load your load to where it can have the opportunity to shift, but make sure that your weights are right. And that's the whole problem we got out here right now. And I've said it before that, in the state of Maryland, and I don't know what it costs in other states, but you get your over-dimensional, non-divisible load permit for $40 in this state, and you can be 90,000 pounds gross for having a $40 piece of paper in the cab of the truck with you. But if you go down the road and you're 1,000 pounds overweight having your load in a safe position, you're going to get a ticket for it. And that's where the whole problem of the enforcement of this industry is you can't do things exactly safe and make it legal. And there's got to be some other happy medium in between all that. So I'm glad the driver walked away from that. I
Yep.
mean, there's, I saw that the boards came right through the back windows
Yep.
on the passenger side and right out through the windshield, and lucky the ones on the driver's side didn't. But it's a scary thing, and again, you gotta know your load and how hard you can brake and how hard you can't brake, and I don't know. People are going to say I'm cold, but you all know what I'm hauling, and I know how hard I can brake. And I hate to say it, somebody pulls out in front of me, the front end of the Peterbilt might be going over top of something. I know how hard what I can do, and unfortunately, we had somebody used to say, maintain your lane. Well, it's not the person on my left or right that caused me to have the problem, so I'm not going to involve them in what's going to happen. It's only going to be what's directly in front of me, and I don't know. As I say, I don't know. Maybe I've gotten real cold or real cynical or whatever in the 30-some years of being out here, and also being at the other end. I've been on the other end of these things, and I've been on the rescue side and run the jaws of life and pulled people out of these things that have happened, and opened cars up that have been wrapped around trees, and I've been on that side of it, and I know what it is, and I don't know. It's just it's a hard thing, but at the end of the day, as I say, I don't need to involve anybody on my left or right, and Eagle was talking about how bad it is to drive to watch these people, but my problem is right now is driving at the speed I am, and having to maintain the posted speed limit. I'm spending more time paying attention to what my truck's doing for speed than I am looking at mirrors and knowing what's beside me to know where I can go, or paying attention to even what's in front of me, because I'm constantly making sure that I'm not going over the maximum posted speed limit because I'm coasting down a grade, or or getting prepared to go up a grade to try to keep up to that speed limit. So I don't know. Y'all make your own decision about what I'm saying, and as I said before, and especially with all the other stuff, everybody makes their own decision for what they're doing out here, and choose what you think is right and wrong, and I don't know. Guess we'll go from there, Your Honor. Don't know what else to say, but looks like you got a pretty clear night and pretty happy day for trailer trucking, and Baltimore missed a high temperature by 3 degrees yesterday. It was 85 and the record high was 88, so they missed it by 3 degrees yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like you might have another shot at it today, though. There you go, and maybe even Friday. All right, back to the FMCSA's little, I don't know, you wouldn't call it a listening session. It was a virtual. I mean, they did take questions at the end of each session, talked about a number of different things. But they said, so whether you're a state or a local partner, a nonprofit safety organization, a motor carrier, a commercial driver, even a third-party service provider, I ask you at this time to take an introspective look at your current programs to determine what's working to improve safety and what is not, and make any appropriate adjustments. Each life lost on our highways is a tragedy. We all have to ask ourselves what we can be doing. Now, many of the FMCSA's efforts in recent years to improve safety have involved technology. The mandate of the electronic logging device to ensure compliance with the hours regulations began full enforcement in 2018. Several rulemakings in the pipeline, which they discussed all these in more depth. Speed limiters, automatic emergency brakes, the safe integration of automated driving systems. Look toward technology as a solution. Now, the FMCSA administrator, Robin Hutchison, said technology has a potential to improve people's lives and save lives on our roadways, and to a degree, it can do that. We should be ready to use it if it's the safest way, in the safest way possible. Yeah, nowhere is this more important than in the incremental transition to the way drivers are assisted with technology when they're driving. Now, in this national conversation about automation, we have to be highly informed. Humans are fallible, and we need a safe system in order to counteract the human condition of being fallible. All right, they gave a brief overview of some of the various rulemakings, but all that updated. You can go back and catch the archived version, I suppose, if you'd like to. A couple minutes before news break, let's head on over to Philadelphia. I guess, yeah, every ballpark has, they typically have a dollar dog night, right? Dollar hot dogs. If you're not familiar with the Philadelphia Phillies Dollar Dog Night at Citizens Bank Park, chances are you do now. It was Tuesday night this week. The fan favorite game day took a bit of a viral turn this week. It started in section 112. One of the attendees in that section said it started in our section where they were having a hot dog eating contest. Yeah, this kid was eating a bunch of hot dogs. He had like 13, and people were trying to get him to eat another one, eat another one. So they started throwing hot dogs to him or at him. Yeah, the guard came over and started yelling, and then things just went nuts. Various film angles show hot dogs being thrown. Hot dogs are flying. It turned into, I guess, the proverbial food fight. At some point during the game, the flying hot dogs turned into a big food fight. Hot dogs being tossed across one section to the next. You see hot dogs coming from the upper deck down to the lower deck. And they actually started throwing people out of the game like crazy as things progressed. And suddenly it went from people throwing hot dogs to people throwing water bottles. Now that could hurt somebody, right? When the water bottles started coming down from the upper deck, yeah, he said, I was with my boys. We got the hell out of there. Yeah, I've been to Dollar Dog Nights before. Never seen anything quite like this. I mean, it wasn't like it was something malicious, but, well, there are 2 more Dollar Dog Nights slated this year, one later this month and another on May the 9th. But I don't know if they'll cancel those or not, but all right, news break on the overnight drive.
USA News Update. The victims of this week's deadly bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are being remembered. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear among the speakers at this evening's community-wide prayer vigil.
What we need right now, in one word, is love. In a world where we hear a lot of arguments, a lot of anger, where people try to appeal to hatred and division, how about just love?
5 people were killed, several others injured, including 2 police officers. Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson is headed back to the State House. The Shelby County Commission voted today to reappoint Pearson back to the seat he was removed from last week. Inflation is slowing down in the U.S. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the Labor Department says inflation slowed to 5% in March, down from February's 6%, with prices for both gasoline and groceries falling. Year over year, however, consumer prices have risen 5%. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. 888-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
The 53rd season of championship polling is rolling, and our competitors are ready to haul and wrench and drive their way to wins all across the nation. But for those who aspire to titles, the points are the point. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2023 regular season is underway, with the first regional national event having been conducted over Easter weekend in Green Cove Springs, Florida at the Clay County Fair. We'll report those results next week, but for now, have you ever wondered how truck and tractor pulling determines its national champions? In typical stick and ball sports, you have leagues that are broken into conferences and or divisions, and you have teams that accumulate wins and losses. Usually, the teams with the most wins are crowned as champions and meet each other in the playoffs. Well, in motorsports, each participant is its own team, and the various divisions within each circuit typically consist of different kinds of vehicles, so they never meet each other on the track. Truck and tractor pulling is a bit different even from most racing series, as the championships are earned by the vehicle, no matter who the driver is, rather than the driver, no matter the car. This tradition dates to the early days of the sport, when several drivers would split time on the same pulling vehicle. So what must a vehicle do to earn its pilot or pilots a title? First, the vehicle must be registered with the NTPA office to earn points on only one of two national circuits. The Grand National Circuit includes events throughout the country, while the regional national level breaks the U.S. into regions to give those participants smaller geographic areas to traverse. A regional national vehicle can earn purse money at a Grand National event, and vice versa, but not points. From there, a vehicle earns 15 points toward the Grand National or a Regional National title just for entering the event and passing the on-site tech inspection. It earns 15 more by placing the highest among point earners at an event. 14 for placing second, 13 for placing third, and so on. And within a division at the GN level, or within a particular region, the vehicle that earns the most points by season's end is the champion. The cool part is that besides the prestigious national championships, truck and tractor pullers have other point-based awards for which to run. The most well-known is the Enderley Pull-Off, to be held this year on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. The Enderley invites the top 5 runners in each GN division, and champs and other top finishers by points from the RN circuits and serves as our playoffs. Additionally, this year, our friends at Hot Shot Secret are sponsoring a bonus series across 6 Grand National events, where alongside the GN points, participants will earn points towards shares of a $30,000 year-end prize. Included in the 2023 Hot Shot Secret Challenge are the Farley Nationals in Farley, Iowa, the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin, the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in Fort Recovery, Ohio, the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, Iowa, and the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. You can track every championship, Enderley, and Hot Shot Secret Challenge point race from the standings page at ntpapull.com all season long. So when you hear us congratulate our event winners, know that they just took a big step toward hoisting that coveted championship trophy at this year's awards banquet and reaching the pinnacle of our motorsport. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, so we are back. Here on a Thursday morning, weekend just around the corner. What do we got? So this pipe dream, electric vehicles, electric trucks, everybody going electric. I guess I'd be preaching to the choir with this audience that the desire to go electric, at least with this audience, it doesn't much exist. According to a recent Commercial Truck Trader survey, it's not just our audience, more than 3/4 of truck drivers indicated they would never add an electric truck to their fleet. Oh boy. Truckers do not appear to be eager to purchase electric trucks. According to the Commercial Truck Trader survey, 79% said they would never add an electric vehicle to their fleet. Only 13% said maybe. Only 5% said they will buy an electric truck right away. A mere 4% indicated they'll buy one within 5 years. Reasons to adopt electric trucks varied. More than 40% of those surveyed said they'd buy an electric vehicle to save money at the fuel pump. About 1 in 5 say they would purchase an electric truck since they produce lower emissions. But less than a third indicated they would acquire an electric vehicle because they require less overall engine maintenance. Plenty of reasons to not buy an electric truck, though. Nearly 60% were worried about the low mileage range and the battery life. Nearly half are concerned about the time it takes to charge a battery. 45% say they see issues with finding a charging station. Only 11% of those surveyed found no drawbacks to an electric truck. Now, some truckers apparently are waiting for others to become the early adopters, or I guess you'd call them the guinea pigs, before they're going to pull the trigger themselves. About 30% of those surveyed said that they might feel differently with testimonials from current electric truck owners. More than 20% said seeing other fleets with electric trucks would not change their opinion, but very, very low adoption rate numbers. I mean, only 5% said they'd buy one now, 4% maybe within 5 years, but look at that. Nearly 8 in 10 respondents, 79%, said they will never add an electric truck to their vehicle. You got the government trying to shove it down your throat. Do they not see the reality out there? All right, before we get back to the calls, one other tidbit here. Yeah, Dianne Feinstein has been out for some time now. And a report yesterday, she may never return to Washington. The California Democrat confirming she has asked for a temporary replacement to her Judiciary Committee seat and a leave of absence. I guess health issues. Yeah, Politico reported several Democrats who were close to the senator and top-ranking congressional aides are losing confidence that she'll ever return to Capitol Hill. Now, that news hours after Democrat Representative Ro Khanna of California and Dean Phillips of Minnesota called for Feinstein, who's 89 years old now, to resign. I mean, she has been missing votes since I guess she went back in February to undergo treatment for shingles. Unfortunately, my return to Washington's been delayed due to continued complications related to my diagnosis, she said. She had initially expected to return last month. I understand my absence could delay the important work of the Judiciary Committee, so I've asked Chuck Schumer to ask the Senate to allow another Democrat senator to temporarily serve until I'm able to resume my committee work. Now, she says she's still committed to her job and will continue to work from home in San Francisco. But, I guess they've stopped all this being able to cast a vote virtually kind of thing. You got to be there. And she's not able to weigh in on pretty much anything. So she did announce earlier this year she's not going to seek re-election in 2024. And there's several that have already tossed their hat into the ring. Adam Pencilneck Shifty Schiff is one of those looking for that seat. Katie Porter and Barbara Lee all looking to take that Senate seat in California. All right, what's happening in Florida this morning? Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing? Doing okay?
Doing well. What's going on?
Nothing much. Just driving in some rain down here. We had a little patch of rain I just went through. We've had it on and off. Got loaded. It's bringing some more over to us today, so we'll see how it goes. You were talking about those electric trucks there. There's only two manufacturers that are really making them mass-produced, and that's Peterbilt and Tesla. And seems like to me, Steve, that unless you're a major carrier that has a distribution center from one end or the other end, you can't own one. I don't think that the average guy can have one. The technology's just not along there to where an average driver, an owner-operator or whatnot can get one. That's my opinion, and I'm always out there, and I'm with a lot of them. I just don't think that the diesel is a lot more reliable, and the reliability of the stupid thing, they just haven't got it down to where they need it to be for reliability, in my opinion. Before I talk about Starship, though, we did something yesterday in Florida we haven't done in a long time, Steve. Did you hear we had an execution yesterday?
I did not, no.
Yeah, we had, they executed a gentleman, his name was Mr. Gaskin, and did some pretty bad things. He was actually put in 1989. That was when he's convicted. And he just got the death penalty. And I know that it was all over the news that our governor's pushing them this year and stuff. And, if you do the crime, you got to pay.
Right.
So, and that's pretty much how it is down here. And it's one of those things that you don't hear much more about. You don't hear much about execution anymore. And, it's still happening. And I think of it this way: if you mess up, you got to pay the penalty, and that's.
I guess
they gave him plenty of.
Was it the lethal injection? Is that what they did?
Yeah, they did lethal injection. Yeah, we don't do the electric chair anymore. We got rid of that a long time ago. But yeah, that was. They had one in February, and they had one this month. So, and there's supposed to be, I believe, another one coming up. So,
well,
just something that the state of Florida's had for years. I mean, we never gave up on it. I mean, They took, spells when they were trying to throw it out here and there, but it's just something that keeps on going. So if y'all plan on coming down here and causing any trouble like that, that's what happens. But this gentleman had almost 34 years to prove himself innocent. And there were some of his victims that said they didn't want him to die. They just wanted him to die in prison, a little age, to spend life in prison. But carrying on to Starship, it's on the ground right now, separated. And a lot of people are like, why are they doing that? That's not ready to go. Yeah, it is. They're getting that flight termination system ready. They can't activate it until a couple of days before. And I'm hearing the 17th. I know yesterday you had mentioned something about 420. Was that what you were talking about yesterday?
I did share that story, and I did see yesterday. The 17th is what they're looking at more now.
Yeah, I know I was watching a NASA space flight last night on YouTube, and they were live, and they have it separated. They've got the Starship on the ground right now. They're getting ready to get all that flight termination system set up. The reason why they separated it was because the one that's actually on the Starship, because they have to have two of them, it is so high they can't get to it in the position of where it's at on the vehicle. So they have to do it on the ground, and then they'll arm the other one on the booster and put them together. So they don't want to hurt nobody. So you have to have that. Even our big ones have to have that. We've seen it with Artemis. Artemis had issues with the flight termination system, thinking it was going to run out of time, all the delays that they had on Artemis. So, but it's still going to go off Monday.
I was sharing the statistics, when the Artemis launched here, late last year, becoming, I guess, the biggest rocket to actually fly, was 8.5 billion pounds of thrust. This thing's going to generate like 16 billion pounds of thrust.
Yeah, I mean, they fired 31 engines off on this thing. They had two that didn't fire for some reason, but the 31 engines they had, and that was a pretty good bang. And to hold that thing down with that much thrust is crazy. And I mean, it's going to be crazy wild when it goes off. My question is, are they going to try to recover them things to see what's going on, or are they just going to let them sit out there in the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean is where the Starship's going to end up at? So that's my question. Are you going to recover them, try to figure out how things went with them? I mean, I know they got a lot of telemetry and all that kind of stuff they're looking at as it goes up, but it's going to be a heck of a flight. And they shut down the roads between 12 a.m. and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that flight's going to be sometime in the morning. So
okay,
so that's all.
So you're talking on for the 17th?
Go ahead. Yeah, on the 17th, they'll start at midnight, 16th into the 17th. And then the window closes at 2 p.m. on the 17th. So it's going to be somewhere between midnight and 2 p.m., somewhere in that time frame that they're going to launch it. They haven't got the release on it yet. The reason why everybody's following it is they close the road that goes out to the launch pad, and that's how everybody keeps track of when they're going to launch, because they close the road for different things. So like this flight termination system, when they get it armed and everything, they go to arm it, they'll close that road so nobody can be around there when they arm it in case something happens with it. And after they arm it, put it together, nobody's going to be going out on the pad playing around like they've been doing now. There'll only be select people that will be out there on the pad until it launches, because they don't want that flight termination system to go off. So it's going to be interesting, really interesting. So you have a good one, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
All right, thanks for checking in. This is a massive rocket. It's going to be the largest ever. All right, let's see. They said Tuesday, I just pulled it up from Spaceflight Now. Tuesday, they will not perform a final countdown dress rehearsal this week for the giant Starship launch vehicle. But they could send the rocket that stands nearly 40 stories tall on its Texas launch pad as early as next week. The launch is scheduled no earlier, they say, than Monday the 17th. The schedule will depend on several factors. The completion of final checkouts on the rocket, weather conditions, and perhaps most visibly, the approval of the commercial launch license from the Federal Aviation Administration. But at 394 feet tall, the rocket will be the largest, most powerful launch vehicle to ever fly when it lifts off from the privately owned spaceport there on the Texas Gulf Coast, exceeding the size and engine thrust of the NASA's Saturn V moon rocket and the Soviet Union's ill-fated N-1 launcher more than 50 years ago. It will also overtake NASA's Space Launch System, the SLS, which launched the Artemis I last November. 33 methane-fueled Raptor engines burning chilled methane and liquid oxygen will drive the rocket off the launch stand with more than 16.5, did I say billion? It's million. I'm sorry, 16.5 million pounds of thrust at full power. If the rocket functions as intended, Starship will arc into space for more than an hour, bolting around the planet at nearly 5 miles per second before re-entering the atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean, splashing down north of Hawaii is the anticipation. But of course, the first flight of any rocket runs a higher than normal risk of a malfunction. The purpose of the integrated flight test is to gather data on the performance of the rocket, the engines, computers, the ground systems, that will help engineers put together designs for future tests and eventually operational missions to deploy satellites and ferry cargo into deep space. Science fiction becomes reality, right? Maybe coming up next week. All right, looks like Eagle's back. Had a couple things you forgot to mention earlier. What you got, Eagle?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about one thing right quick. Yeah, I don't know if you covered this. Some information is coming out about this shooter in Louisville on Monday. Some more information. You know something, Steve? You know what makes me wonder? I've been noticing that in some of the banks I've been going to lately. No amount of money out there. You should always have security. Where was the security guard at? Most banks have a security guard. When this guy walked in the bank at 8:30 in the morning, where was the security at? Maybe that could have stopped this whole thing if they would have had a man on duty, like they supposed to. I'd like to know why they didn't have a security guard at this location on Monday morning. And, his family, like I say, it's the same old story, Steve. After all these shootings, his family members always come up with the same garbage that this guy had problems and he was depressed and he was having problems. But for some reason, they couldn't make a phone call to get this guy some help or notify somebody that this man was danger to himself or maybe others. So in the meantime, we got 6 or 7 people shot unnecessarily because somebody couldn't pick up the telephone and make the call and get this man some help that he needed. So, like I said, here's the sad part about this whole deal, Steve. It's almost 4 days went by, and guess what? We still, the U.S. government or nobody has done anything positive to stop the next shooting from going on. So when that occurs within the next couple of weeks, I don't want people to say, well, I can't understand why that happened. Well, you should understand because they're not doing nothing but talking, and talking is not accomplishing anything, Steve. It's just more lives are being lost in the process. So when the next mass murder takes place, and like I said, one other thing I forgot to say to you, Steve, it looks like they don't cover all bases on these shootings around America. I thought that they could. I thought that everything had been covered, but I guess the banks are now, they don't hit the schools, they don't hit the churches, they don't hit the shopping malls, they don't hit the sports arenas and the hotels, and now the banks. So if anybody out there knows any other location that hasn't been hit, maybe you can call in with that location, and maybe that'll be the next one. Because this is getting ridiculous at this point, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Something that did come out yesterday was we knew that this individual had left, I guess, a note for his roommate, and there were supposedly several people, but I guess his mother actually had called 911 to notify them that, my son is headed to the bank and he's got a gun. I don't know what he's going to do. And that call was right about the time, I guess he had already arrived at the bank. And because police were getting, the 911 was already getting calls of something was happening at the bank. Now, during that call, the mom said that I'm passing this information on third hand. Like apparently the roommate got the note and called his mom to tell her about the note. And that's when she opted to call 911. I can't help but wonder. I mean, all this, really, really close in time frame. Like her call was like 8:41 a.m., which is about the time police were engaging him. Had the roommate, curious if they actually called police, or if they would have called police first and not lost. Obviously, it would have taken several minutes' time to call the mom and tell her, and for her to call police. Could it have been averted? I don't know. But all right, news break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The victims of this week's deadly bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are being remembered. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear was among the speakers at this evening's community-wide prayer vigil.
What we need right now, in one word, is love. In a world where we hear a lot of arguments, a lot of anger, where people try to appeal to hatred and division, how about just love?
That vigil came on the same day Louisville police released intense 911 calls from the day of the shooting.
And how do you know you have an active shooter on the site?
I just watched it.
How'd you watch? You watched it on
meetings.
On a team's meeting?
Yes, we were having a board meeting.
5 people were killed, several others injured, including 2 police officers. Former President Trump is suing Michael Cohen for $500 million. He alleges Cohen breached their attorney-client relationship. The 30-plus page lawsuit claims Cohen spread lies about Trump that were embarrassing or detrimental and with malicious intent to wholly self-serving ends. Officials in Shelby County, Tennessee have voted to reinstate ousted State House member Justin Pearson.
Keep fighting together. Yeah. So the message for all the people in Nashville who decided to expel us. You can't expel hope. Yeah.
He was reappointed to the seat he was ousted from last week after taking part in a protest against gun violence on the House floor. Thousands of residents of Richmond, Indiana have been forced to evacuate after a toxic fire broke out at a recycling plant. Smoke from that fire has been defined as definitely toxic. Residents who find anything from the fire in their yards are being asked to stay away from the debris. Prince Harry will attend the coronation of King Charles III alone. Harry won't be joined by his wife Meghan Markle and kids when he attends his father's coronation in the UK next month. The event will mark the first time Harry makes a public appearance with his family following the release of his book, Spare. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Inflation is slowing down in the United States. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the Labor Department says inflation slowed to 5% in March. That's down from February's 6%, with prices for both gas and groceries falling. Year over year, however, consumer prices have risen 5%. Egg prices are seeing the biggest monthly decline in almost 40 years. They fell nearly 11% in March after record prices in the beginning of the year. This is the second straight month egg prices are down, but they still cost 36% more than they did 1 year ago. New York City has a new rat czar. Kathleen Karate has been hired to rid the city of its rat problem.
Rats and the conditions that support their thriving will no longer be tolerated in New York City. No more dirty curbs, unmanaged spaces, or brazen burrowing.
Karate, who has a background in urban sustainability, says she will bring science to a systems-based approach with a strong focus on cutting off food, water, and shelter for the rats. Jeff Bezos is not going to bid on the Washington Commanders. Bezos previously showed interest in purchasing the franchise after hiring the firm Allen & Company to explore a bid. Last month, a source close to Bezos said Commanders owner Dan and Tanya Snyder were blocking him from the bidding process. And HBO Max is rebranding to just Max. Warner Brothers Discovery officially announced the new name for the streaming service as it mixes in content from Discovery Plus. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed, that's the way we do it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. How about it? Welcome into a Thursday. All right, who we have on board? Kevin joined us here about an hour and a half ago. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Billy as well. Morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. Eskimo Mom. Howdy from Cumberland, Indiana, just east of Indy. This night has been crazy from the start. Got in early to find my load canceled. It had to be put on the waiting list. Then the lineup computer for the warehouse where I run my first loads out of was down. Dispatch had to use email to communicate and couldn't call the warehouse to ask questions or deal with issues. After a 2-hour wait, I got a frozen load that finals out in Terre Haute. In the process, been busy on the phone or unloading my store. I found out our buddy Crew Chief's going to be hanging up the keys next Thursday. He said all the beating and banging over the years has his body pretty much torn up and worn down. So there's another. Crew Chief said he's had enough. Clear, 59 degrees at that point in time, about an hour ago there. All right. Good to have you on board, Eskimo Mom. There's Rick in Columbus on his first cup of joe. I went to the doctor yesterday about my fall. They're giving me a steroid, prednisone, I think. Yeah, that would be it, prednisone. Probably got a pred in the pack, right? You take like a 5-day regimen, 5 pills for one day, and then you gradually work your way down to 1 pill for 1 day kind of thing. All right, under the heading, it's back. No. Please, no. Just what we all wanted to hear. A new variant of COVID. This one dubbed Arcturus. ARCTUR, U.S., Arcturus, behind a fresh surge of infections in India. This is a Omicron subvariant that is causing havoc in the country, where cases have soared 13-fold in the last month. India's health ministry launched mock drills this week in an attempt to see if hospitals are prepared to deal with the possible influx of patients. Wearing face coverings in public has been made compulsory again in some states, being the first time in more than a year for some. One example is in the southern state, where the health minister reintroduced masks for the elderly, pregnant women, those with underlying conditions. This week, case numbers throughout India rose by 3,122 cases in a single day. Now, this is the country's Ministry of Health recorded 40,215 active COVID infections on April the 12th. Officials are now urging states to increase testing for the virus. Figures from our World in Data, run by Oxford University, show how new daily cases reached more than 3,100 on April the 4th. The Arcturus strain, first detected back in late January, it is currently being monitored by the World Health Organization, with officials noting some mutations of concern. We haven't seen a change in severity in individuals or in populations, but that's why we have these systems in place, they say. So, of course, the Omicron variant was much less deadly than the original variant and the Delta variant. Hopefully this will be just another that's more like a typical case of the flu or something, but we'll see where this goes. Like all the other variants, they start somewhere, and the next thing you know, round the world it goes, right? Good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. And rolled up old 220 here, almost back to the Speedway down here, Martinsville, eating Reezy Cups. Figured I'd call in and give my opinion on that poor flatbedder who lost his load. Yeah, I tell you, it's a real hazard pulling loads on a flatbed. I mean, I did it for 3.5, almost 4 years. It's easy to have them shift. Horse feathers is right. That hog head, whether it's on the front, that headboard on the front of the trailer, your hog head on the back of your cab, or whatever, if it's not up against that load, it does very little. That little metal bulkhead is not going to stop a moving load. The momentum is already there. But I tell you, unfortunately, a lot of the problems with that, and I've witnessed it myself, drivers not wanting to take the extra time to secure that load properly. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've heard the excuses. I've had people tell me, well, leave your straps a little loose, and the faster you go, the tighter the straps will go. Well, most of the time, when you're having a load shift or load falling off, you're going at a slow speed, or you're slammed on the brakes or whatever. I don't know. That mentality's been in this trucking industry for the 24 years I've been in it. I remember starting out when people were saying that when I was picking up loads.
Right.
I cut my teeth in TMC.
And I do believe he lost his cell. Sure enough, yep. All right. Almost back to the Speedway, though. All right, other industry headlines with, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Love's Travel Stops completing the acquisition of E-Z-Go from Oklahoma-based Carrie Johnson Oil Company. The acquisition includes 6 travel stops on the Oklahoma Turnpikes, 5 on the Kansas Turnpike, and 11 convenience stores in Oklahoma and Nebraska. This is the first time Love's footprint will include locations on a turnpike, and it's part of the company's commitment to add stores in areas of high demand. Terms of the deal were not disclosed, they say, but we're excited to add locations. Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska welcome nearly 400 new team members to the Love's family of companies, according to the president of Love's. All right, the opportunity to expand into serving commercial and casual customers on the two state turnpikes supports our strategic priority of pursuing adjacent acquisition opportunities. In addition to being family-owned, we share a similar culture with the seller in that we operate on a customer-centric model focused on extensive assortments of products. All right, so E-Z-GO Turnpike locations expected to be branded as Love's locations in the next 12 months. For professional drivers, the E-Z-GO Turnpike locations include amenities such as parking, diesel, and DEF fluid. The retail operations are composed of groceries, beverages, snacks, tobacco, gifts, fresh food, dispensed beverages, and other consumer goods. E-Z-GO is located with numerous franchise food concepts. They own and operate the restaurant concept Back 40 Barbecue at a couple of the locations. Love's continuing to grow. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so I'm not really seeing where they're specifying a reason for the losses, but I can't help but wonder, is it the shoplifting, the theft? Talking about Walmart in Chicago. As yesterday, Walmart announcing they're going to shut down 4 Chicago locations, noting that 4 other locations will remain open. They said the Chicago stores have been losing money for years. In most of the cases, yeah, where was it? I'm trying to remember. Was it Portland here a few weeks ago where they announced they're shutting down the last of the in the city stores there? The simplest explanation is that collectively our Chicago stores have not been profitable since we opened the first one nearly 17 years ago. These stores lose tens of millions of dollars a year, and their annual losses nearly doubled in just the last 5 years. As I said, I'm just thinking to myself, well, how do you have that dramatic of increase in losses? I'm thinking there's just merchandise walking out the doors, right? The remaining 4 Chicago stores continue to face the same business difficulties. We think this decision gives us the best chance to help keep them open to serve the community. They said that we have endeavored to remedy the profitability problem, but everything we've tried has been to no avail. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the city, including $70 million in the last couple of years, to upgrade our stores and build 2 new Walmart health facilities and a Walmart Academy training center. It was hoped that those investments would help improve the store's performance. Unfortunately, these efforts have not materially improved the fundamental business challenges. They said that there was no action city leaders could take to help solve the issue. Community and city leaders have been open and supportive, and we've met them over the years to share the challenges. As we looked for solutions, it became more and more clear that for these stores, there was nothing leaders could do to help us get to the point where they would be profitable. Now, those 4 locations, it's literally a matter of days. These 4 locations will be shut down, closed to public access by this Sunday. I mean, the announcement yesterday, and boom, this Sunday, April the 16th. The pharmacies at those locations will remain open to serve patients for up to 30 days. They'll be offering employees the opportunity to transfer to another store. All associates will be paid until August 11th of this year, unless they transfer to another location during that time. After August 11, if they do not transfer, eligible associates will receive severance benefits, according to the announcement. But how about that? Yeah, just like that. Hey, did you hear the news? What? Yeah, we're shutting down Sunday. Gone. Closing up. Hey, welcome back, 5-7.
Okay. I just want to comment on the news. You know, I think it was you that put out that picture of that Balsam airplane.
I shared that. Yes.
Oh yeah, I flew many of them. But you learn as soon as you damage a wing, it's not going to fly right.
It's screwed.
You know? Yeah. Well, Tennessee. All right, I don't live in Tennessee, so forgive me. Tex or somebody needs to call in and make this point. I did get to listen to a Tennessee legislator explaining things. And then I told my friends on the chat lines, as soon as I found out, they expelled the 2 black guys, kept the white woman, oh, this is going to turn into a racial crap. And sure did. What the legislator brought out was this fact. The white woman did not handle the bullhorn in the well of the assembly. Now I know they're running around and saying, "Well, you took the voice of 200,000. My numbers might be off, but it's an example. So just an example, you're silencing the voice, expelling these 2 of 200,000 Tennesseans. That's fair enough. But the legislature said, but these 2 gentlemen got in there and silenced the voice of 6 million Tennesseans.
Mm-hmm.
And the rules are there. So whenever I listen, pardon the noise, I'm climbing in the cab. I guess what the legislature was bringing up this point, which is not seeing the news. All they're doing is putting a young man on there screaming about him being bumped off. But the truth of the matter is, every time I hear the young man talking now, all I can see is or hear is the man saying, the rules don't apply to me. The rules don't apply to me. The rules don't apply to me. So, so is that what you do now? Let's say the Democrats gain control of Tennessee and the legislature. So is that what Republicans have to do now to keep them from making a mess of their state? So, I mean, so that I just hope that makes sense. You need both wings. Things have to be a certain way for them to fly right. And I wish the media, when they would put that news out, they would at least have that legislature's voice explaining, why, and the fact that, yes, 200,000 Tennesseans' voices were canceled, but that didn't give them the right to cancel the 6 million. That I guess they had issues on the table, and it was important. You're talking about taxes. You're talking about issues that these guys got voted in to take care of. So that's all I needed. I just wanted to bring that in.
Yeah.
It just.
Well, what occurred in Tennessee, Mike Huckabee, the former Arkansas governor, earlier this week said, if what happened in Washington, D.C. on January the 6th qualified as an insurrection, then what unfolded in Tennessee with the anti-gun protest that saw 2 lawmakers expelled last Friday, that also meets that same criteria, insurrection. When you look at what they did, they disrupted the flow of government business. Now, he's talking about this is going back to the January 6th, and they were accused of a big crime. I've said from the beginning, and now anybody that broke a window, went through a police line, assaulted an officer, they committed a crime, right? But there were thousands of people there who didn't do that. They didn't do nothing. They still had people come to their homes. Some of those people have been in jail, falsely in prison for an extended period of time, actually unconstitutional. But Liz Cheney said, of course, it's all an insurrection. Well, if that's the case, what happened in Tennessee, that was an insurrection. We'll pick up with more there. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Victims from this week's bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are remembered with vigils Wednesday. At the same time earlier, we heard 911 calls from during the chaos.
Has anybody been shot? Yes. How many people? I don't know. 8 or 9. 8 or 9 people have been shot? Uh-huh.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear opened up about his personal connection to Monday's shooting.
I lost one of my best friends on Monday, but I've got 2 friends and more that survived.
In all, 5 were killed, 9 wounded. Ukrainian officials are once again asking for American fighter jets to aid its fight against Russia. On Wednesday, Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal directly appealed to U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin for fighter jets and long-range missiles. Shmyhal says Ukraine will win the war, but would achieve victory faster and with fewer casualties if they had the longer-range weapons. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good to hear from Woodpecker. Out there doing his run, I think, to Illinois tonight. Is that correct? He sends me an email. Hey, Steve, maybe just a hunch, but I believe the Democrats will abandon Biden at the last possible minute for the name recognition and comparable youthfulness of Robert Kennedy Jr. Now, that would make sense to maybe bring in the older Democrats as well as the younger voters. I hope and will vote for our best possible Republican candidate. I'm wanting Trump, DeSantis, but this country needs a better direction, and we need it soon. Thanks for the show. Yeah, Woodpecker. I think it was Vic the other night that brought that up. The Democrats, the Kennedy, the name. Say, oh, Kennedy. Name recognition. You believe it or not. A simple name for many uneducated voters. How many millions literally go into the booth, especially when it comes to voting for local candidates. They'll look at the list for, say, a county commissioner or a city councilman. I don't really know. Well, that's Kennedy. Yeah, I recognize. Name recognition gets votes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who announced he's going to seek the 24 Democrat nomination, is unlikely to receive support of his family members, they say. Kennedy family biographer Lawrence Leamer told the New York Post that most of his family is disgusted with his attitude in forwarding anti-vaccine activism. They view him as an embarrassment, they say, says. But the environmental lawyer and author is not only, looked down upon for his vaccine views and criticism of the former White House medical advisor, Dr. Fauci. According to Leamer, his opinion is that convicted assassin Sirhan did not kill his father, Robert F. Kennedy, in 1968, has also left a stain on his image with family members. I've done quite a bit of work on the assassination, and that he should support Sirhan is even worse than his anti-vax stuff for his family, said Lerner. All right. Kennedy Jr. filed a statement of candidacy with the FEC last week, with the campaign telling the Post that he has plans to formally announce his run at a hotel in Boston. That would be next week on April the 19th. 2 years ago, the high-profile Kennedy clan member released The Real Anthony Fauci, the book, alleging that Fauci actually led a coup d'etat against democracy. The book apparently promoted things like the controversial drugs ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine as effective treatments. So, all right, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for the Democrat. All right, Craig is on board. I believe that is Craig. Is that correct?
Yes. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to kind of follow up on the tornadoes that hit up there at Wapakoneta at the 110 exit in Ohio.
Yes.
They, it came through and it knocked down that big greenhouse and did damage across there and shut down the TA there. And they're supposed to be open this weekend or maybe next weekend. They said only 2 weeks, but I don't remember how long ago that was. So anyway, hopefully they will be back open. But that greenhouse that got knocked down, I thought that was so strange that it, didn't obliterate very much. It just came down right in its own footprint of where the building sat. I kind of expected with a tornado that there'd be, what do they call that? Not glass, but, panels of glass all over the road and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. I saw a news station drone camera footage, and everything's right there within the footprint of where the building was. And I thought that was rather fascinating. I thought, well, somebody's going to get sued over that because that thing completely came down. And I had talked to a guy that's there, and he said that, it did like it was supposed to. It was supposed to do that. Really, so they would, the panels would not fly around. It's just supposed to crash to the ground. I thought, that's unusual. And he goes, it's only going to take us about 3 weeks to put it back up. And I'm like, wow, that debris that's there is like 5 foot deep. And that greenhouse is, 150 foot by 200 foot or something?
Right.
They say it's only going to take them 3 weeks from the time they get the word to go ahead and do it. Put it right back up. I thought, wow, that's rather bizarre. I didn't know they could put it back up that quick.
That's
was that fascinating to you, or is it just me that finds that fascinating?
Very interesting. I knew that the TA had been hit there and that they had shut down, and I had not heard if they were still shut down or not. So, but they were shut for what, 2 weeks? You're saying?
Yeah, that's what the scuttlebutt was. I didn't hear that directly from anybody that worked there or anything, but yeah, they had mentioned it was only going to be closed for 2 weeks. The garage may not be open again that quick because the backside of their garage got hit on the corner, but most of it was like damage to the, what do you call that, over top of the cars, yeah.
The canopy and whatnot, yeah.
Canopy, yeah. Canopy, the fascia came off. But yeah, it's definitely a butt-kicking tornado. Fortunately, nobody was killed with that. They said it was 110-mile-an-hour winds that came through there. Anyway, I thought that was fascinating that they could get that darn greenhouse up that quick.
Well, it's good to hear from you this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for listening in. Thanks for being a part of the show here. I was looking at the headline from, I guess, Kyle Farmer, the Minnesota Twins shortstop. Wow. Spending several unexpected hours in a dentist chair this past evening as he took a 92-mile-an-hour fastball to the face. I guess that was a daytime game there on Wednesday. They said the scene was terrifying at the bottom of the fourth inning of the Twins game against the White Sox at Target Field in Minneapolis. A heater got away from Chicago ace Lucas Giolito and ended up nailing Farmer right in the mouth. Woo, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Video from the game's broadcast shows the 32-year-old immediately crumpled to the ground in pain. Somehow he avoided a broken jaw that the Minnesota manager called a bit of a miracle. Thank God we got news that was better than we were expecting as he spoke to reporters after the game. But he did not come out unscathed. Said he'll need surgery to realign his teeth and fix a major laceration to the lower jaw. Farmer had played nearly every day for the Twins this year. Not clear how much time he'll miss while recovering from this injury. He did at least get some morale boost Wednesday afternoon as the Twins ended up beating Chicago 3-1 while he was being checked out by the doctors. Wow. Haven't yet seen the video of that, but I did see a video from last week, and that was a different game where I can't recall who it was that got hit right in the jaw. And when they put it into slow motion, I'm thinking he pretty much had to have had a broken jaw. But yeah, dangerous sports. Major League Baseball. Our number, 844-844-3388.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We lived in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus. And he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, "Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, "Come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here."
All right, and that is the story of me and Dammit Ray. I got a final hour just around the corner here. News break, a few minutes away. What do we got coming up here? First, we're going to get back and finish up with Huckabee's comments about what unfolded in Tennessee last Friday. If January 6th was an insurrection, so was what happened there. For the last couple of years, things we'll address in the final hour. Well, with the onset of COVID, suddenly we had supply chain issues. Can't get the chips, can't get those computer chips. Automobile sales, remember seeing nearly empty new car lots. Lots that may have typically 100 new vehicles for sale. In some cases, we're down to just a half dozen or a dozen. And we saw the prices for vehicles. There were no deals to be had. Sticker price? No, you ain't going to get that at sticker price. You're going to be paying several thousand over sticker price at best. That looks like finally, new vehicle prices may be actually falling below sticker price, which is hard to believe. It's taken that amount of time. You also got an update on the investigation into the classified documents. Apparently, way too many people have access to classified documents. That, according to retired SEAL Team 6 member Robert O'Neill this past day. And we also touched last evening on, I guess, the weak leadership here in America, how world leaders view us. Why is Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, they're all saber-rattling, rearing their ugly heads, which most of us believe wouldn't be happening if the setting president were not the individual in the White House, if you know what I mean. North Korea actually rearing its ugly head again on Thursday. It was earlier tonight. Fired a missile Thursday. South Korea, Japan said, prompting a warning from some Japanese residents to take cover. The Japanese government warned residents in the northernmost main island to take cover immediately, saying a missile was likely to fall near the island at what would have been about 8 o'clock in the morning, Japan time. The ballistic missile was launched off the east coast of the Korean peninsula. This just 2 days after North Korean state media reported that Kim Jong-un called for strengthening the country's war deterrence in a more practical and offensive manner to counter what they called moves of aggression by the United States. Of course, they're criticizing the recent series of joint military exercises between the U.S. and South Korea. Tensions continue to escalate. And obviously, we've noticed Kim Jong-un has been stepping up their weapons tests in recent months. All right, so we got clear lines here as we roll into that final hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The victims of this week's deadly bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are being remembered. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear among the speakers at Wednesday's community-wide prayer vigil as he encouraged hundreds of attendees to embrace love during the event. At the same time, earlier Wednesday, there was the release of 911 calls from the day of the shooting.
Some of the dramatic 911 calls from Monday's mass shooting at a Louisville, Kentucky bank have been released. People hiding in the bank describing the scene for the emergency operators.
And how do you know you have an active shooter on the site?
I just watched it.
How'd you watch? You watched it on a team's meeting?
Yes. Has anybody been shot? Yes. How many people? I don't know. Probably 8 or 9.
5 people were killed, several others injured.
Correspondent John Schaefer. A deadly accident involving several semis shut down northbound I-35 in southern Oklahoma Wednesday. KFOR says one person was killed, one other person pinned inside the wreckage near the city of Davis, Oklahoma. Former President Trump is suing Michael Cohen for $500 million. He alleges Cohen breached their attorney-client relationship, among other claims. He filed a 30-plus page lawsuit in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida on Wednesday. Meantime, police are investigating after another threatening letter with white powder inside was mailed to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Officials responded to the scene. No one was injured. Same kind of thing happened late last month. Bragg is the DA prosecuting Trump in the hush money case. Inflation in the U.S. slowing down.
Inflation cooled to 5% year over year in March, down from 6% in February.
NBC News' Alice Barr says the latest consumer price index report from the Labor Department shows inflation drops in both gasoline and grocery prices. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Drenching rains through the winter months meant reservoir refills and a major dent in the drought in California, but it also meant more water for budding vegetation this spring, which also means more fuel for future wildfires.
We anticipate sometime at the end of May, things will start to kind of turn from green to brown, and then once it's completely dead, moving into the summertime, it's ready to burn, and it's always going to be there until it's either removed or it's burned.
That's Isaac Sanchez with CAL FIRE, who says annual grasses that will continue to thrive through spring are especially concerning. Tennessee Democrat Justin Pearson is headed back to the Tennessee State House.
Keep fighting together. Yeah. So the message for all the people in Nashville who decided to expel us. You can't expel hope. Yeah.
The Shelby County Commission voted Wednesday to reappoint Pearson back to the seat he was removed from last week. Pearson and fellow Democratic Representative Justin Jones were expelled from the House by the GOP majority for leading a protest against gun violence on the floor of the chamber against its rules. Former President Trump returning to New York City Wednesday night, about a week since his historic indictment. 9:15 a.m. Thursday, he'll head downtown for another deposition by New York Attorney General Letitia James, who's filed a $250 million lawsuit against Trump and his company for allegedly cooking the books. Trump has called the investigation by James a politically motivated witch hunt. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, one more time around here on a Thursday morning as we start looking toward the weekend. I should have asked 5-7 about that when I spoke to him earlier. Yeah, we could ask the Carolina Monkey Guy. Some of you South Carolinians, what do you think of Senator Tim Scott? Told you last evening that he was talking about making some sort of a big announcement Wednesday morning on Fox News. And indeed, it was the next step toward a bid for president by announcing this past morning his intention to form a White House exploratory committee. He released a video to set out his plans. He said all too often when they get called out for their failures, they weaponize race to divide us, to hold on to their power. When I fought back against their liberal agenda, they called me a prop, a token, because I disrupt their narrative. I threaten their control. Now, in an earlier email to supporters, he had teased he'd be making a major announcement again Wednesday morning. I've been doing a lot of thinking the past months, thinking about my faith, thinking about the future of this country, and thinking about the left's plan to ruin America. In his interview yesterday morning, he did not attack other potential Republican rivals, simply saying the field of play is focused in on President Biden's failures. So nonetheless, the exploratory committee news first reported by the Post and Courier of Charleston. And you say he'd been kind of weighing, flagging the possibility of a White House run in 24 for some time now, but I guess you could pretty much say he's in there. I guess it depends on how things go with the exploratory committee. I don't know much about the guy, honestly. All right, back to Tennessee last Friday. It's been nearly a week now. Yeah, was it an insurrection? Huckabee says, well, Liz Cheney said what happened on January 6th was an insurrection. Well, if that's the case, what we witnessed in Tennessee was the same. It was people who tried to bust into the Capitol. Then you actually had a couple of inside members who took the bullhorns and took over the proceedings there. Now, when asked about MSNBC trying to frame the Tennessee lawmakers being restored to their seats as an Easter miracle, he said, I don't see it that way. I'm having a hard time somehow connecting the resurrection of Jesus to a couple of guys with a bullhorn disrupting the Tennessee legislature in defiance of the basic rules of decorum. Somehow I'm supposed to be on my knees thanking God that they've been restored? It's ludicrous. But, you know, nothing surprises me anymore with the far left. This is just another chapter there. He did have some other things he touched on, but yeah, you can't have it both ways. One can't be an insurrection and the other not, if it's pretty much the exact same thing going on. Shutting down the actual activities there in the House. Well, Heatwave, are you joining us a bit late this morning?
Yes, sir. Si, senor. Oh, I just got up here about 45 minutes ago, heading into Albuquerque from Gallup. Yeah, that's a clear example of rules for thee, but none for me.
Yep.
That is a definite double standard. And if anyone cannot see that, then they are just as blind and as ignorant as, well, they're just blind and ignorant. Or willfully ignorant, which I think is worse than being ignorant of it, because you know it's there, but you don't want to see it. You don't want to admit it. So, yep, Huckabee is right on the money there. I was just at one of the Love's truck stop here in Gallup, New Mexico, and I asked the young lady behind the counter if they were going to be one of the 200 that were going to be remodeled. And she's like, well, it ain't just going to be remodeled. They got the permits to go ahead and just knock down the store and put a new one up, but they're trying to get more, more land so they can have more parking spaces there, which is they really need, because right now that yard is just a pothole and hill pop express. So, yeah, good for them. They need a new store there, that's for sure. You didn't have the firing of the missiles. Everyone thought there was going to be a nuclear war between us and North Korea when Trump was in there. And there was always this talk about the doomsday clock, how close to destruction it was. And I ain't heard a peep from these people. And the times right now are worse than what they were then.
No question.
With North Korea shooting off these missiles, I think what they're trying to do is lull you into a false sense of security. Well, he's fired all these missiles. They just landed in the sea. They're not going to hit here. Well, one of these times when he fires off a missile, they're going to be a little wary about it, but they're just going to blow it off. And then when it hits mainland Japan, boom, there's going to be an uproar, and there's going to be tensions. And I mean, the dogs of war are going to be straining at their leashes, just waiting to be unleashed. So, and I was talking to 5-7 last night, and his idea is, we may be in a major conflict before next year's truck show. And the way things are going, I wouldn't doubt it. Weakness, to lead, supposedly, from behind, so you're the first one to turn around and run for shelter, does not, it doesn't work for me. When Trump was over there in Europe, at one of those G7 or G8 summits or whatever the hell they had, all the European leaders were all up front, as if they were a wall. And all of a sudden you see Mr. Trump walk from the back of the crowd and inserted himself front center.
Moved them aside.
To let people know.
I'm
Yes.
up front. Yep.
Yep. So, I mean, we need someone of that caliber back in the White House to get us back on track. Put some fear of God in these people that are godless. Let them know that we're not just going to stand around no more. Get our resources, use our resources, bring businesses back, keep them back here, and not be hostage to the world situation outside our shores. We've got the resources. Let's use them. It's a couple of 100 years worth, they say. Fine, let's use them. Use them efficiently is the word. And you can, while getting the resources, conservative as to how you take it out of the ground. That's all we're asking. And why should we have to pay the world for other people's indiscretions in industrial countries like China, India, Russia, Africa, wherever they have wherever they have an industry that's polluting, why not go after them instead of us? And mind-boggling. I mean, has anyone thought about that on the left? Why are we supposed to be the vacuum cleaner for the world? So, anyways, and while I was digging for some ammunition on Sunday for our big shooting spree out there on the target range, I found an old pair of headsets that I had prior to using the Pluto Duo. And I don't know if there's a difference what you can hear, if it's any better or not. But I tell you what, it is so much nicer to listen to something in stereo than it is in mono.
Right.
Oh, goodness. So, but these things have been sitting in the closet, I guess, 3 years now. And, they charged up and they work just fine as far as I'm concerned. So, I guess I need to clean out my closet and see if I can find other, quote, treasures, unquote. And, maybe I might find something in there that I didn't even know I had.
Yeah, find that shoebox full of money you stashed.
Right. Well, if I had that in there, that closet wouldn't be as cluttered as it is now. But, so I tell you what, we've been having some really nice days out here in the Southwest. Clear skies, maybe a little bit of breeze, but for the most part, it's been calm and still whenever we get into Albuquerque in the early morning hours, and it may be 55 in Albuquerque, but whenever I go up to the higher elevations where I live, I mean, the other morning it was a 22-degree drop. So, it's still, the cooler weather's still hanging around us. It's just, eventually it'll start warming up. So, but other than that, I don't know. What else did I miss tonight?
It's been an action-packed show there, Heatwave. You got to go back. You miss a day, you miss a lot. Isn't that the old scenario? You miss an hour, you miss a lot. Let's see. No, Horse Feathers, you did not miss your second keyword in the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Are you ready? Got your crayon out there? Keyword number 2 this Thursday morning is SCAN, S-C-A-N. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. So you have 2 keywords for the day now. You'll get additional keywords via tncradio.live, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's where you go to enter the keywords. That's actually not $1,000 a day. It's $1,000 twice, 2 winners per day. So simple as that. This hour's keyword, SCAN, S-C-A-N, tncradio.live. There you go. Don't miss out on your chance to win $1,000.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taylor said, is it for real? New vehicles' average transaction price fell below the MSRP for the first time in nearly 2 years, according to the latest data published by Kelley Blue Book. Vehicle prices turned hot after the pandemic-driven supply chain snag and an increased demand for private cars. The average transaction price for a new vehicle in the U.S. declined 1.1% in March to a mere $48,008. Down about $550 from the previous February numbers. March prices were actually up 3.8% higher compared to last year, though. Some of the top automakers, except Toyota, reported a rise in first quarter U.S. sales on improving shipments to the dealers. Inventories are improving. Right now, in-market consumers are finding more inventory, more choice, and dealers are willing, finally, to deal, at least on some brands. Average price for a new non-luxury vehicle, which includes brands like Chevrolet, Ford, Hyundai, Nissan, was $44,182, a decline of $505 compared to February. Buyers continued to pay above MSRP for luxury vehicles, though. Guess it's one step at a time, trying to get those numbers down, but all right, Scarecrow, hey there.
Name recognition, Steve.
Yes.
When it comes to the voting booth, man, that is huge. It sounds like Trump or somebody talked that. Something is huge all the time. Either way, and probably more so on the local level, whether it's a county level or township.
Yep.
Even state level, presidential. By that time, I would think most everybody has their mind made up on, hopefully, on issues and whatnot tied to that given name. The Kennedy name itself. What percentage of the voting public just truly has ties to that name anymore? John and Bob, they went out of fashion, so to speak, quite a number of years back now, and those, even the youngsters from that era, are well into their middle age, now, and they might hopefully see through, the name recognition thing. But yeah, that's certainly a thought, a thought there when we heard the Kennedy name has been in the news again, the last few weeks or such way. Yeah, that's certainly one angle to be looking at there. North Korea there, a couple weeks back when Junior was here, I think the North launched another test, so to speak. And he'd made the comment that, China, they're getting a little put out with, all the horseplay that, North Korea is, showing us and carrying on with and whatnot. I don't know how much of a heavy hand they have way up to the north up there, but they're not pleased with what the North is doing with Japan there and such. So I asked them, just what the heck does North Korea do for finance and such? I mean, they're the impoverished nation, yet they still have to have funds, to operate, at the government level, at least. And, well, he commented on the illegal trade shipments of coal to China. But, and then the conversation got sidetracked. We didn't get a chance to, dwell into anything else. I mean, I've never seen a made in North Korea on tag on any product that's ever been through our house. Can you dwell on that or enlighten?
Right.
I can't think of anything that North Korea would produce or for trade or such. Hello.
They don't have much of
Hello,
anything.
Jim?
They're so secluded. I mean, the people can barely eat in that country, and they've been sanctioned for so many years. Yeah, I don't know how actually they're able to afford to be constructing the rockets and the missiles that they're doing. I think pretty much everything they have is going into the military.
Well, I was going a couple, 3 years back or whatever, it came up in conversation how, if it gets any worse, the general populace, they'll be eating grass. Well, they're already eating grass. They've been eating grass for years.
Yep.
They're, I'm going to have to dwell on this. Maybe I can pry out of them a few more tidbits and whatnot. Is it just what the heck? Like you say, a government, it takes funds. We know that, firsthand in the U.S. of A. But so either way, I did remember what I forgot, and it was like Murphy Law. You remember as soon as you hang up the phone or whatever. When is the next time that Chris is going to be on the program, or Kyle, or such?
I don't know that they've got a date scheduled right now because we had the truck show. I would assume, we normally did like the first Friday of any given month. I don't know if Chris is going to be joining us again. Kyle, racing season is kicking
Right.
in now. He's on the road, so.
Yeah, thinking scheduling has certainly been tossed in the hat, the last couple of months here and such. But I was just curious. Just had a question to shoot at him and whatnot. But anyway, growing up, Steve, on your end now, in probably your early teen years and prior to that, how often was the phrase "damn it, Steve" in the Summers household?
I don't think it was anywhere
no.
near enough to be my nearly my common name, but I'm sure we heard that a few times.
Oh, I was born and raised into a privy like that. Grandpa and Grandma, they had a 2-holer. Ours is just a 1-holer, but so yeah, we come by it honest there.
Yep.
That was early 60s.
Only place
back-
I ever had to use a privy like that, the outhouse, was at the first, well, not the first church, but church we used to go to. They actually had the 2-hole privy out back. But I got to get my news break.
USA News Update. Victims from this week's bank shooting in Louisville, Kentucky are remembered with vigils Wednesday. At the same time earlier, we heard 911 calls from during the chaos.
Has anybody been shot? Yes. How many people? I don't know. 8 or 9. 8 or 9 people have been shot? Uh-huh.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear opened up about his personal connection to Monday's shooting.
I lost one of my best friends on Monday, but I've got 2 friends and more that survived.
In all, 5 were killed, 9 wounded. Ukrainian officials are once again asking for American fighter jets to aid its fight against Russia. On Wednesday, Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal directly appealed to U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin for fighter jets and long-range missiles. Shmyhal says Ukraine will win the war, but would achieve victory faster and with fewer casualties if they had the longer-range weapons. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. I mentioned earlier that in a matter of minutes, apparently, could have been the difference in life and death there in Louisville, as the shooter's mom made a tense call to 911, telling him she heard her son was headed to the bank with a gun. In that call, she sounded shaken as she tried to warn police after hearing of the plan from his roommate. I guess he left a note. Yeah, I said earlier, if that roommate maybe had called police first rather than calling the mom, how many minutes would have transpired between his calling her and her making the decision to call 911? She said, quote, my son might be, because he has a gun and he's headed to Old National Bank. This is his mother. I'm sorry, I'm getting details secondhand. Oh, my Lord, what do I do? I don't know what to do. The dispatcher asked her if she knows what he's doing, but the mom said, I have no idea. I don't know. He doesn't even own a gun. I don't know where he got a gun. His roommate called me. He was concerned. I don't know what I'm doing, she said. She confirmed to them that he was an employee of the bank. And she told dispatchers she's going to head down to the bank. Dispatch said, I don't want you to do that. Don't go to that location. I don't want you to go there, ma'am. We have a situation that's going on right now. We've actually had calls from other people. And I don't need you to go to that location. It's dangerous there. Now, it says here that the call came at 8:41 a.m., the very moment police arrived at the scene confronting him. So, yeah, just literally a matter of minutes had the concerned roommate made that call. I mean, because police were on the scene, they said within 3 minutes. 3 minutes could have made the difference. They could have had some, or they could have tipped that, hey, be aware, this guy might be coming. Something might be about to unfold. But all right, you live and learn. But there you go. Is that Gilligan on board?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for having me back. Yeah, I lost signal on you there earlier. I was saying, I cut my teeth on flatbed, and I started off with an old T600 Kenworth. Boy, I was riding high when I had that thing, but yeah, that was 24 years ago. It's kind of funny with that Kenworth. I talked to the Kenworth representative there at the truck show, and I mentioned the first truck I drove was that T600, and it had a Rockwell transmission in it. Well, the representative kind of chuckled. He says, I don't know how long it's been since we put a Rockwell in the Kenworth. I know it's been a long time.
Yeah.
We had shooting down there in Louisville. Horse feathers brought up about an armed guard. I've been in a lot of banks lately, and I have yet to see a guard in there.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking there's never a guard in the bank that I do business at, and I mean, most of the banks that I've ever done business at. I mean, if you have to go into a downtown bank, and there's some banks in shady neighborhoods that might have a guard, but I think there's probably a lot of banks that don't have a guard.
Exactly. Actually, there's a bank near where I live. It's far out in the county outside of Winchester there. And it's still in Virginia, but they got robbed so many times they put up bulletproof glass between the tellers and the patrons,
Correct.
Yeah, I've seen that. And I know in some areas they do that. But I tell you one thing I did see back years ago when I was pulling Family Dollar account, I seen an armed guard, believe it or not, in the Family Dollar. That's how bad that neighborhood was in East Orange, New Jersey.
Right.
Up there. That's pretty bad when the Family Dollar's got to have an armed guard. I don't know. Yeah, well, like I was saying earlier, though, with that guy losing his load, I've seen that stuff firsthand. I've seen several loads laying along the road. I've seen tragic fatality accidents because of somebody losing their load. My best advice, if you're pulling flatbed, if you look at it, you even question you might not have enough securement on it, put another strap, put another couple more chains or whatever on that thing. It's when TMC, what their motto was, they wanted that load secured to that trailer so well that if it was possible, they could pick up the trailer, turn it upside down, and shake it, and the load would still stay on the trailer. It sounds great in theory, but I also know some loads cannot be secured to that point. I used to haul what they call greasy bars. Them things are extremely dangerous. It's literally steel bars that have grease on them. They're shiny bars. They're not quite as bad as greasy bars, but they're right there with it. Flatbedding is a very dangerous profession. Yeah. Well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve, and I thank you for having me back.
All right, yeah, thank
Everybody
you.
has a safe ride.
Got back to in a live cell zone. So, yeah, we know the investigation into classified documents that showed up online, waiting, because officials confirm they don't know if there's more classified documents that may be showing up. They don't know who's got what. Retired SEAL Team 6 member Robert O'Neill this past day said, yeah, here's the problem. There's too many people that have access to the type of classified information that was leaked from the Pentagon about Ukraine and South Korea and Israel. There's bureaucracy all over the place, and I like redundancy in some things, but there's way too much redundancy. It's way too easy to get a clearance, he said. There's so many people running around with clearances that are getting emails that they don't need to send. I mean, you can't bring a USB. You can't plug into a computer. There's just so many emails flying around with different names on them. Too many people have access, and they get away from the need to know scenario. I'm a big believer that on operations, I want my people to know everything they can to work more efficiently, but not every civilian contractor needs to have access to top secret information. Something happened here, and they're going to have a hard time finding it. I mean, it was on Minecraft for a while. Who has access to this? Way too many people. Yeah, I said part of the problem is too much government information is marked classified unnecessarily. Too much is classified because somewhere, again, in the bureaucracy, someone needs to seem important enough to label it as secret. This is top secret. Look at me. It goes far beyond as you walk into a room and they see someone with a secret badge and not a top secret badge. Yeah, they turn on these flashing lights like on a police car. Yeah, they can't yell, secret only, just so they sound important. And while not everything needs to be classified, there are some appropriately marked classified material that, if leaked, could be damaging to our international relations. If they're leaking that there's special forces operating in Ukraine and they find out about it, that we're taking pictures of bases of our allies, that's a big issue. Yeah, that harms our allies. It hurts the alliance, and it actually emboldens the enemy. And that was kind of one of those documents about U.S. Special Forces being in Ukraine. But as Pappy brought up, it's not a bit uncommon. You've got those sort of individuals in pretty much embassies for protective purposes all over the world. Makes sense to me. Well, about 17 before the hour. Let's see. Let's get a little conversation. Tim Scott, what do you think?
Okay, I'll probably get a better report off of Monkey Geyser. He lives up there on the central eastern part of the state. Here's a report from the southwestern part of the state of South Carolina. Yes, I voted. I voted for him twice. Okay. Remember, I had him on his Facebook page, and I was supporting him best I could. Then he was posting picture after picture after picture with his with the civil rights icons, and I don't have a problem with that. But he could have been there and saying, I asked him about how come you're residing over drug infested crap holes with your constituents after all these years past the Edmund Pettus Bridge, or Jim Clyburn, putting his arm around him and saying, Joe Biden's cutting the oil industry, challenging Jim Clyburn because Jim Clyburn from South Carolina is said to have put Joe Biden on the map to the presidency. The only thing I can think from the legislature, he was up there after George Floyd and talking about police reform and standing up there and crying in the in the state house because they called him, Democrats was calling him a token black.
Right.
Okay, now here's his personality. After Charlottesville, Donald Trump called him and had him show up into the White House. And after they parlayed, Donald Trump said, is there anything, this is in Tim Scott's own book. He has a book, buy it, it sounds great. If I get a chance, I will. But he said, Donald Trump asked him, what is there anything I can do for you? And he said, sir, my mama would love to meet with you. Well, Donald Trump had Tim Scott and his mother on Air Force One. They were going somewhere. And he said it was amazing. Donald Trump had his mother sitting in the presidential chair on Air Force One. He was sitting there, and those two sat and talked and talked and talked the whole trip.
Wow.
Okay? And then after January 6th, along with, Nikki Haley, he stabbed Donald Trump in the back. Right off, saying negative things about Donald Trump. And right off, just like Nikki Haley, until they've seen that this isn't right. So I think Nikki Haley and Tim Scott are a part of the Rhino system. Okay. I mean, it's just, so that's my report. That's my opinion.
Right, right.
I think you said it best. You said you don't know anything about him.
Yep.
I live here. And I barely know anything about him, and he's on his second term. So
I mean, the first thing I was thinking.
He'd have been out there with,
first thing I was thinking is he maybe tossing his hat in to ultimately maybe be selected if Trump gets the nomination? Would Trump pick him to be like maybe vice president? Because that would be, I guess they're saying he's the only black, senator right now. Is that right?
Well, yeah, Republican.
Right, Republican. Yep. Correct.
Since Reconstruction, yeah. So, and would it have been neat if he'd have been side by side with Jim Jordan and some of these others, questioning. If he wants to get on the map, he needs to get up and, But, yeah, and, I mean, there's plenty out there. I mean, he needs to get out there and start talking. All right, I'm using my office to find out about Ray Epps. We're going to find out what's going on in this corruption. All right, if he wants the office, he wants to work for it, he wants to find, I'll vote for him in the office he's sitting in, because he ain't doing no harm, because he ain't doing nothing. But if he tries to get up there in the presidency, I don't have faith in him. I think he's a rhino.
Okay.
So that's my best.
All right, I'll see what Monkey Gouger has to say about him, or any other South Carolinians out there to chime in. All right, happy Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking forward to another beautiful day leading toward the weekend. Happy Friday Eve as we depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. And Craig chimed in regards. He said, Steve, look at North Korea. North Korea is the perfect example as to what gun control looks like. The people have no guns, but they are ruled by the gun. Yes, sir.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels. details.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let's check in with brother Rambler this morning. Hey, Rambler.
What's going on? Praise God. Thank you for taking my phone call. I know we're short on time. This old right-wing nut fella, you really got to watch him, Steve. He's a real shady character. You know, I heard he, too, lives out there. Well, he, too, lives out there in the ABQ. And you got to watch him because he's best friends with Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. He has legal representation from Saul Goodman. You can't get near him or touch him because he's got muscle from Mike Ehrmantraut, and they all like to get together at Gus Fring's restaurant called Los Palos Hermanados and eat fried chicken together. So, yeah, you got to watch him. But all joke, yeah, I know, right? A lot of people out there will get a kick because they'll know exactly what I'm making reference to. Okay, I'll let you. Those are characters from Breaking Bad, one of the greatest shows that ever aired on television. That's probably the last series I ever watched. And I really don't watch TV that much no more, but one thing I have been paying attention to, and that's not what's going on with who's running in 2024. It's not what's going on in North Korea, China, and all that. No, sirree, Bobcat Tail. I'm paying attention to what's going on in Israel and Jerusalem. If you ain't been following the stories, you know, we've got a lot of activity going on around the Dome on the Rock. And, Steve, it's just a matter of time before somehow, some way, they blow that place up. And when they do, and when you get the news report that the Dome on the Rock has been blown up, Katie bar the door because they're going to rebuild the third temple. And like I said, they've already got 6 red heifers born in the land of Israel. And they've all 6 have met the criteria of no more than three black hairs, even red, all the way down to the hooves. And you got to go read Daniel between chapter 6 and chapter 9 to read exactly, how that's going to be rebuilt and how his image, which is the image of the Antichrist, will be put in that third temple. So there's a lot of moving parts, and notice how China has become a diplomat between the Saudis and the Iranians. A lot of moving parts. And if you don't think Satan's building an army, look at all the mass shootings. Those ain't nothing but demon-possessed madmen and women. Demon-possessed. I mean, what would make a person want to go to a bank and do something like that? They're having a new movie come out, and I watched the trailers for it called Nefarious or something like that, and it's about a guy that's on death row who's demon possessed. He's a normal guy, but yet it was the demons that did all the crimes that he did. Nefarious, that's the name of it. You can go to YouTube and watch it, and that's the absolute truth. I mean, you go in the Bible, Steve, and look. The man that ran around the tombs and catacombs naked, when he saw Jesus, them demon spirits come out and cried, "Jesus, thou Son of God, have mercy on us. Please don't cast us into the deep." That should tell you right there that if hell is so bad that demons don't want to go down there, you definitely don't want to go down there. So with little time I have, get it right, apply the blood to your life. And Steve, I don't know about you, but me personally, I don't see how anybody can live without Jesus Christ in their life, especially being an old person like in their 70s and 80s, living the whole lifetime without Jesus. That's just scary. But listen, I know you're visiting to have to go, and just want to tell everyone out there that I love you. Brother Rambler's praying for you. Come pay us a visit at Determined Ministries Church. And we'll see, we got a new start time of 5 o'clock p.m. So
5 o'clock Central Time, right? 5 Central?
Central, 5 o'clock Central Time. We did that because we have in-person service now, so that way folks can come on out. It's still, and that way when we dismiss, it's still a little bit of daylight. They can drive home safely. So
Gotcha.
we did it like that.
Very good.
But remember, God's children, love just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler and Steve Summers can love you, and we do. And Steve, God bless you, my friend. I'll try and call in tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, believe it or not, it'll be Friday. Yeah. All right. We're talking about the weekend. Have a great day. See you back tonight at the midnight hour Eastern for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.